Hello everyone, may I request you to please take your seats? Is it clear enough? IT किधर गया? IT, the guy was supposed to. Okay, good morning everyone. Volume बंद करो. ये volume ये background noise बंद कर दो. A very warm welcome to the SP Jain Global Dubai campus. My name is Pratik Acharya and I head outreach at the SP Jain Global, a distinguished gathering of school leaders for a rapidly evolving world. Before we begin our first address, I would like to take a moment to quickly introduce the SP Jain team present here today. As I name, may I request you to stand and just wave to them so they know who we are today. Firstly, Mr. Nitish Jain, President, SP Jain Global. Dr. Christopher Abraham, CEO and Head of Campus, Dubai Campus. Ms. Lakshmi Raman, Vice President, Administration. Ms. Bapsi Jain, Director of Finance. Mr. Gaurav Jain, Director, Business Development. Mr. Brendan Weiner, Director, Student Recruitment and Marketing International. Ms. Sonali Hingorani, Director, Student Recruitment and Marketing. Mr. Kaushik Mahesh Kumar, Deputy Director, Student Recruitment, Dubai. Ms. Veena Jadhav, Dean, Undergraduate Programs. Mr. Andrew Chweng, Head of UG Recruitment and Outreach for UK. Mr. Randir Singh, Head Undergraduate Programs India. He's right at the back. Mr. Arjun Khosla, Regional Head Student Recruitment for SP Jain London. And Mr. Ravi Kapadia, Assistant Head Undergraduate Programs. He's also at the back. Okay, so at this moment, I would like to quickly invite Ms. Lakshmi Raman, Vice President Administration, the second most senior leader in the organization, to share a quick few opening remarks with us. May I request you to address the crowd, ma'am?
Thank you, Pratik. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good morning today. And everything in the hotel was good. There's always sometimes some hiccups, but thank you. Respected President, Mr. Nitish Jain, our Director and beloved Director of Finance, Mrs. Bapsi Jain, Director of Business Development, Mr. Gaurav Jain, staff and esteemed staff and faculty of SP Jain. Our distinguished guest for today, Ms. Farhana Kaur, Global Strategic Director, Google UAE. And above all, the principals and leaders who have taken all the time to be with us today. A very, very warm welcome to each of you to our Dubai campus. This is our first campus of SP Jain School of Global Management that was set up in 2004. It is a privilege to host such a distinguished group of school leaders, educators, and academic professionals. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to leadership, collaboration, and the continuous advancement of education in an increasingly global and dynamic environment. Today's agenda brings together thought leadership, practical insights, and meaningful dialogue spanning the future of education and technology. leadership perspectives, and opportunities for institutional collaboration. We hope this platform encourages cross-institutional learning and sparks ideas that continue beyond that you hear today, not only here, but wherever or whenever you go back home and your university, your schools, and so on and so forth. On behalf of SP Jain, thank you for joining us and for the important role that you play in shaping young minds and strengthening institutions. I wish you a very engaging and an enriching day today. Thank you so much, and warm welcome each of you. Thank you. I just have a quick announcement because I was asked this question. The prayer room for those, because today is Friday, who need the prayer room, it's just in block 8, which is opposite. We can help you whenever you need to step out for a few minutes. Thank you so much.
We have a short video for all of us, prepared on the request of Mr. Jain that he wants to show you.
He's 5 years old. By the time he graduates, the world will be unrecognizable. The technologies he'll use haven't been built. The problems he'll solve haven't emerged. The skills he'll need haven't been defined. So here's the question that all of us must answer. What exactly are we preparing him for? The world doesn't change in straight lines. It leaps. And each leap reshapes how we work, how we lead, how we learn. At SP Jain, we did those shifts. When business went global, education largely made a decision, guided by a simple belief. If business is global, business education should be global too. That belief led us across continents, to campuses in the world's leading business hubs. Change, not as short exposure, but as a fully integrated global learning model. Students moved across cities as part of the curriculum. They learned business not in theory, but in context. How decisions change across markets. How leadership adapts across cultures. How complexity becomes a skill, not a barrier. Over time, that approach shaped graduates who are comfortable operating anywhere. Today, our alumni work across continents, across industries, across roles that demand global judgment. And their work found recognition from employers around the world and from publications like Forbes, Financial Times, and The Economist. Just as global learning became our reality, education itself began to change shape. Not slowly, not incrementally, but all at once. This time, it wasn't geography that was changing. It was how people connected, how they worked, how they learned. And technology was at the center of it. Technology began to reshape classrooms, not just where learning happened, but how it happened. Many asked whether learning could move online. We asked a different question. How do you preserve rigor, engagement, and human connection when the classroom is no longer bound by walls? So we built our own online learning technology. Not to replicate the classroom online, but to rethink how learning works when distance disappears. Learning designed for participation, for dialogue, for thinking out loud. Not passive listening, not one-way delivery. Every lecture becomes a conversation. Every student becomes visible. Years before the world needed it, our students were already learning this way. Global learning was once a bold idea. Online learning was once a crisis response. Today, both are realities. So what's the next leap? What shift is coming that we aren't seeing yet?
The next big leap is to enhance the talent of our graduates using AI. Let me set the context. You are a teacher with a class of, say, 50 students. Some students are very bright, some just average, but some even below average. So what do? You teach to the average. You know it doesn't optimize learning for everyone, but what choice do you have? What if I told you that you could personalize the learning for every student, help each student reach their maximum potential? How? The answer is simple. Pre-class learning. I know what you are perhaps thinking. What's new about pre-class learning? What's new is how we do it. Students get the same content that would have been taught in class by a professor through our AI tutor, but adapted to how each student learns at their pace, in their style. If they want further clarification, they can raise their hand and the AI tutor explains it differently, customized to their background. So what does this achieve? When a student walks into the classroom, all students are ready. So the teacher can spend the entire class on what actually builds capacity, applying the concepts to the real world, doing role plays, simulations, push judgment. And this is how we personalize learning at scale and preparing students for a future we can't even predict. Remember that 5-year-old boy? We still don't know what world he'll inherit. But if we can help him reach his bliss, he'll be ready. Not because but because we navigate it. I firstly welcome our guest of honor, Faranak, is that correct? Faranak, who's part of, in a very senior role of Google in the Middle East. And of course, I warmly welcome so many very high-powered educators in one room. It's very, very special to me to have so many of you travel from all over. So, those who have come from overseas, welcome to Dubai. I think the government of Dubai should give me a small royalty to getting so many very seasoned people here. But I also welcome those who are from Dubai and who have been to Dubai before. But I welcome all of you to the SP Jain campus, and I welcome all of you to learning more about the future of education. We all have a very high stake in this topic because we are here to prepare the young ones for the future and how we should think about it differently. So this is some ideas about what we are doing at SP Jain, but then there was another session when we can exchange ideas, something you're doing which we can learn from or which we can all learn from so that we can together ensure that the future of our students get the very best. Let me start with a few thoughts. And 60,000 years ago, human beings were then only 5 feet tall or 5 feet 2, not as tall as we are today. But they were confronted with wild beasts like you see here. Innovation started way back then because they had a choice, either kill or get killed. So they invented the bow and arrow, something we take for granted today. In fact, we call it archery in Olympic competitions. But this was invented 60,000 years ago so that human beings could survive. They innovated so many years ago so that they could survive. And they could actually, a small guy could kill an animal or beast 10, 15 times size just through this innovation. But innovation didn't stop there. More recently, in the 60s, color television was invented. Before that, we had black and white television. So in just 10 years, black and white television got killed because everyone moved to color TV. Didn't stop there. In the 2010s, there was a very big famous brand called Blockbuster. I'm sure many of you may have used Blockbuster. It was a video rental company, very popular, very successful, with a huge turnover. But will you believe, in just 3 years, from 2007 to 10, when Netflix went streaming, they killed Blockbuster. Blockbuster had to file for Chapter 11 with a $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion in debt. Just 3 years. Because new technology, the innovation that took place, that completely wiped out the old model. Sometimes we think that brands live forever. They don't. Brands live to the extent they're relevant or still relevant. So even big famous brands can get wiped out, as we've seen. Now, this is something my guests of honor may not exactly appreciate, but they've revamped to a certain extent that they have actually moved on. So ChatGPT was invented how many years ago? We think it's there forever, but it's there for only 2 years. ChatGPT was invented or launched in 2023, November. So just 2 years and a few months. But see how fast the LLMs have taken pace. It's not just OpenAI and ChatGPT, but Google with its own Gemini models, and there are other LLMs which have also created their own models, have kind of swept the business world, the personal world, so fast. So you can again see how innovation is causing disruption at a pace that we could never, ever imagine. Technology always wins. Always. You may think many of my friends have come from England who colonized the whole world. How? They had better guns. Today, it's the US which is the dominant superpower. Why? Because they have the better guns. So I'm just trying to say that technology is one of the most important ways to win market share. It doesn't negotiate, it doesn't compromise, but it replaces. And we can see it replaces very fast, and the very big brands are at the highest level of risk because they feel, but unfortunately they are there till they remain relevant. So we're here to learn about the future of education. So what does this mean for the future of education? So our model, even now, is one-to-many. You have a sage on the stage model where there is one person who's talking to a group of students. But you saw the video, it's not optimal. It's the best we can do in the current situation, but it's not optimal. That means if a student could be fully prepared for reaching level 100, say, it's just figurative, we're teaching the student up to 60 maybe, because the sort of education we're giving the student is not maximizing the potential. Because the classroom is being taught to the average and not to get each student to the highest level. But what if we can change it to one-to-one at scale for every student? Then you will take up each student from 60 to 100 because you have maximized the potential. This pyramid is the corporate structure today. Okay, the corporate structure today is well defined as a pyramid. The pyramid means there is a maximum number of employment at the base of the pyramid, and then it tapers, and then at the very top it tapers even more. But this is giving way, not to every industry, but to many, even right now, to what's called as the diamond structure. The diamond structure simply is the pyramid structure minus the base. The base is a lot of jobs are being done by AI. Entry-level jobs will now be done by AI. In many industries, it's already happened. But it's happening across the board for more and more industries. So the entire base of the pyramid is giving way to AI. Today, we have the big famous Ivy League universities of the US. Let's talk about Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Wharton. 30 to 50% of their graduates remain unemployed 4 months out. You can Google the fact and you will find this to be exactly the case. Now, if you get handpicked, literally handpicked to join, say, an Ivy League university, you're down 200,000 to 300,000 in terms of fees and related costs, and you don't find a job at the end of it. That's painful, because you join these universities to get a good job. But if you don't, it causes a lot of grief and pain. So what will universities do? Either we can complain, it's not my fault, AI is taking away your job, so what do I do about this? Could take that view. Or you can do something about it. In my view, universities need to train students to a higher level. So if the entry-level jobs are no longer available, get the students to a higher level. That, I think, is the future of education. So education is, technology is very disruptive. In this case, everyone has to move to a higher level. Productivity needs to go up to a higher level. The graduate outcomes need to go to a higher level. So can you see this from here? Okay. So most students join a uni at level, say, 0. It's all figurative, so you join at an entry base. You join a university at level 0. They come out from high school and they join a university at level 0. Traditional universities take them up to level 2. That's how every university, they follow the sage on the stage model, and they train the students and take them up to level 2. But what if we can take them up to level 4? And we can take them up to level 4 by providing them a staircase to go to level 4, not a lift to take them to level 4. Because if you take a lift, then you will be indulging in shortcuts. We don't want them to take shortcuts. You need to climb up. It takes effort. You need to go up. But what we do is provide them that staircase. That staircase is what we are providing them. That's the tool set, the way to do it, the guidance. That's what we are here to do. So we need to take the learning up. Why do we need to take the learning up? So that they can still get employed. Because it's not that companies are not hiring anymore. That's not what I said. The job market is shrinking. And because the job market is shrinking, what will the recruiters look at? They would look at talent. And higher talent will win over average talent. We are a business school. And students join a business school for the one reason: jobs. We can't see the jobs manifest itself after the program. They will stop joining us because they'll say, why do I need to join you? I can go online, get my education, and I don't need to pay these humongous fees to come physically to a campus. I will share with you the new salary reality. It's there right now. In the past, there was a gentle slope between average skills and high skills. The salary for high skills was definitely higher than the average skills, but it was a gentle slope. But what is it today? If you're average, actually you're going down on the salary. You're going down, or not even getting a job. But if you have high skills, you get a disproportionately higher salary. Disproportionately, because there are not that many with these high scores. I'd like to share with you that Facebook, we all know it's called, they are paying some entry-level people $100 million as salary, 100 million starting salary. Why? Because they want to choose and take the very best talent to work for them. Even if they take 50 students, 50 people, their investment may be $5 billion US, because if you pay 100 million. But look at what's happening if they invent some new technology or some new way of doing business. Their market cap may go up by 200 billion. So the name of the game has changed. And I think that's what all of us need to understand, that the name of the game has changed, and how do you participate in this thing that we need to all think about. So, look, what is training to a higher level, look in action. And do right now is show you a demo, and this demo is, so we're just evolving all of this on the fly. It's not like it's been around for many years. It's constantly changing. And we've developed that AI tutor that you may have seen in the video. Last year, we started that in October of 25 with what we call V1 or version 1, which is very good, very compelling, but wasn't good enough. We created version 2. But that we launched in February of this year. But we thought version 2 can be further improved, and what we have now launched is version 3. And what I'm going to show you. So I'm going to show two students. These are real students who are studying currently with SP Jain. One's called Amy and one's called Utkarsh. I am going to talk to you how we are personalizing the learning. So if I just recap what you may have seen in the concept of pre-class learning. Because if you come to a classroom, the professor by definition needs to teach to all class. That's suboptimal. So how do we use pre-class learning to give the same content? The content is already fed in the tutor, the same content, but it's done before they come to class. But more than that, how is it customized? So it is not giving the same content to every student. It's customized based on their background, based on some neural markers that I will just talk about. Utkarsh actually wants to be an account planner for an MNC company, for example, P&G. So you can see that their backgrounds and the qualifications differ. The next slide, yeah. Now we have this EG equipment, okay? You wear it, and then you do a psychometric test. And it will pick up, it literally goes inside your brain and picks up neural markers, okay? So you wear this, it's got many prompts. You wear this, and then you do the test, and then you can, it will pick up neural markers. Now, with the neural markers, you can see Amy has high engagement, whereas Utkarsh's engagement is only 33%. So obviously, their sort of learning has to differ. Amy has high stress. This is 43, but the higher the percentage means it's bad. She's got high stress. Utkarsh has, problem with focus. He can only focus 22%. So it's different. You can see that these two students are different. You got a mic? Yeah. So this is Vikram Pandya. He's leading a lot of our technology initiatives at SP Jain. And he will now share with you.
One more slide is there.
Okay.
Yeah. So as you all can see, now we will see in reality also, but this is a very snapshot kind of a summary to demonstrate that how Amy is looking at the slide from the same content perspective. You can see the content that way is similar, but the layout, the color layout, as well as the way it is designed is different subtly to ensure that the explanation is given is simpler to reduce the stress, cognitive overload, and visuals are more calming and making sure that it is layout-wise clean to reduce stress further, right, for Amy. But for Utkarsh, because he is having low engagement and low focus, the explanation uses direct call-out. Like, Utkarsh, you want to become this, so this is how you can achieve that by understanding this concept very clearly, right? So you will see that later. But it is directly calling out student name multiple times to ensure that the engagement level is high. Similar to that, visuals are less complex to ensure that the focus is much better. And you can see that, okay, less number of colors, and making sure that whatever is presented is visible in very clear manner, right? So these two slides that you look at, the content, the concept is same, the way it is laid out and the way it is demonstrated is different.
Once the system understands how you learn, it pivots to what you need to know. This is hyper-personalization in action. Every slide is dynamic. You'll notice tabs for original, personalized, and visual views. When the personalized tab is active, the AI rewrites the core concepts to match the user's background. For a student interested in investment banking, the AI might explain digital governance through the lens of asset management and risk mitigation. Static learning is a thing of the past. Under practice activities, students can engage in role plays, debates, or devil's advocate sessions. In the boardroom pitch scenario, you step into the role of a strategic advisor facing a board rattled by a cyber scare. You aren't just talking to a chatbot, you are engaging with a sophisticated real-time AI avatar. This immersive simulation tracks your speech, your confidence, and your ability to apply the digital governance concepts you just learned. It is a safe yet rigorous environment to master the soft skills and decisive thinking required at the highest corporate levels. This isn't just practice, it's a digital rehearsal for your future career.
So,
Need more expert advice? You can chat directly with AI celebrity tutors. These are specialized bots modeled after industry titans. Whether you're asking Satya Nadella about digital transformation or Bruce Schneier about cybersecurity, you're getting insights from the best in the business.
So, you know, if you want to replicate a classroom before the class, many times in the classroom, students have questions. It's not just a one-way lecture. You can put your hand up and ask the question. So can you do it? Yes, you can. So we're going to show you how you can ask a question even using the tutor and how you get a customized reply to your question. And after you see this, maybe I'll take a live question from any of you just to see it's not staged or anything. It is real. It's happening as we speak. So it's giving the answer real time, you know, without it being formulated from before. So, yeah. So he's moved to ask a question. So here's a student sitting at home using the AI.
Hey, Utkarsh, it looks like we're diving into some interesting stuff about digital governance today. Why do you think it's becoming such a big deal for boards. Any thoughts?
Hey, hi. I would like you to explain this slide differently to me.
Of course! Let's break it down in a more relatable way. So this slide is all about why digital governance is important for boards now. Think of technology like a car. Initially, it was just a tool to help us get from and how accountability is shared. Now, boards are not just passengers, they're the drivers. They set the direction, approve investments, and keep an eye on the outcomes. The reasons behind this shift include things like increasing cyber threats.
You know, again, to put you in the context, you're a student, you're at home, you're learning the content, and then you can ask questions live, okay? Does anyone have a question that you want to ask? Suppose you're a student and you're learning this topic, you have a question. Okay, so we have one question. So you can ask a question, but make it related to the topic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. This looks incredible. And I had a question. In terms of some of the challenges that we have, the young students, is that they enjoy gaming, and what they get from gaming is an instantaneous, constant reward. And is there any way that this is pulled into this in terms of having that instant reward?
But right now, we are asking a question, you know, as a student, not as an educator. So suppose you're learning this, you know, digital governance. So, and as a student, what question do you have that you want to ask? We'll come back to your question. I'm not forgotten it. But we have some. What's the? Ethics. Yeah, that's a good question.
What are the ethics around digital governance?
I'm glad you think so. It's a big.
I would like to know more about ethics in digital governance.
Great question. Ethics in digital governance is super important, especially with all the data and technology involved today. It's about ensuring that decisions made in the digital space are fair, transparent, and respect privacy. For example, when a company collects customer data for marketing, ethical digital governance means they should be clear about how that data is used and ensure it's protected. It's like being a good neighbor, respecting people's boundaries and being honest about your intentions. In your future role as an account planner, understanding these ethical considerations will help you create marketing strategies that not only drive sales, but also build trust with customers. What do you think about that?
Okay, go ahead.
She talked about digital space and ethics being very important, but I have a counter question.
Go ahead.
What about hacking?
What about
Because when it's, you say that you are protecting data, but what about the hackers? So that's where I have a question. Thank you.
What is the question exactly?
The question is, in your digital space, you're talking about safety and the way you're keeping your data, you're protecting your data. But when hackers get in, that protection of data is null and void. So how do you expect the children to be trained for that? Thank you.
Sure. Sure, but what about hackers? In that case, it is external event, and how do you cope with that?
You're right, hackers are a significant external threat, and that's where strong digital governance comes into play. It's like having a security system for your house. Companies need to implement robust cybersecurity measures to protect their data and systems from breaches. This includes things like regular security audits, employee training on recognizing phishing attempts, and having an incident response plan ready. In the context of governance, the board should oversee these strategies, ensuring that the company is not only compliant with regulations, but also proactive in managing risks. For you, as an account planner, being aware of these cybersecurity issues can help you craft campaigns that reassure customers about their data safety. How do you feel about the balance between marketing and security in your future role?
You can even see that the way it is even then probing you, right? It is not only about answering the question, but probing you to the next concept.
And she's talking about her career. You just pause. That she's talking your career aspirations in P&G and how you can do. So that makes me more engaged. See, we have this whole thing that when you learn online, sometimes get switched off because they're not used to learning online. 3 years from now, this question will not happen. But as of now, because we are a pioneer, online learning is still viewed with a stigma. It's not as good as the human in front of the room. Therefore, we are taking extra steps to make it so engaging, because when she talks about with Jain, when she is talking about her career aspirations, you become far more engaged in learning. I just want to repeat for everyone, this AI tutor has been developed at SPJN, as you could possibly guess. Thank you.
Yeah, sir, here is a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we ask this question that there are 8.5 billion people in this world. So what role do they see for these people actually when it becomes digital governance? What these human beings will be doing? Can we?
We have almost 8.5 billion people in the world. So how do you think digital governance role can be envisaged for these people?
That's a fascinating perspective. With nearly 8.5 billion people, digital governance has a crucial role in ensuring that technology is used responsibly and benefits everyone. It can help create a framework for equitable access to digital resources, protect individual rights, and promote ethical use of data. For instance, in a global company like P&G, digital governance can guide how they market products to diverse populations while respecting cultural differences and privacy concerns. It can also ensure that marketing strategies are inclusive, reaching underserved communities, and providing them with access to digital tools. Moreover, as digital platforms expand, governance can help manage issues like misinformation and online safety, making the digital world a better place for all. As you think about your future career, this understanding of global digital governance can help you create strategies that resonate with a wide audience. What do you think would be the biggest challenge in implementing effective digital governance on such a large scale?
Yes, I know there's a question.
Yeah, there's a question. So how can it address the digital divide between the urban and rural population?
So what do you think, how can the urban and rural divide can be bridged with the digital governance?
Bridging the urban and rural divide through digital governance is a big challenge, but it's definitely possible. One way is by ensuring that policies promote equitable access to technology and the internet. For example, governments and organizations can invest in infrastructure to improve internet connectivity in rural areas. Digital governance can also support initiatives that provide training and resources to help rural communities use technology effectively. This could include digital literacy programs or access to online platforms for education and business. In your future role in marketing, understanding this divide can help you develop campaigns that cater to both urban and rural audiences, ensuring that everyone feels included and valued. What kinds of marketing strategies do you think would work best in bridging that gap?
Okay, so I know there are many more. Okay, we'll take the last question.
In a company like P&G, for example, if we try to invest too much into digital governance, will it slow down the growth of that company?
Do you think in the company like P&G, if we invest way too much in digital governance, it will impact the other operations and profitability?
That's a thoughtful concern. Investing in digital governance is definitely important, but like any investment, it needs to be balanced. If P&G puts too much focus on digital governance without considering other operational needs, it could strain resources and impact profitability. However, the right approach can actually enhance profitability in the long run. Think of it this way. Strong digital governance can lead to better data management, improved customer trust, and more efficient operations. It's about finding the sweet spot where governance supports overall business goals rather than detracting from them. For example, if P&G invests in cybersecurity, it protects its brand reputation and customer loyalty, which can ultimately drive sales. In your future role, you might need to advocate for this balance, showing how investments in digital governance can yield positive returns. What do you think would be a good way to communicate that balance to stakeholders?
So I just want to highlight that you get proper full answers. Okay, you don't just get one-line answers, you get a proper reply. Again, put yourself in the shoes of a student. The student wants to learn more. The student has already learned through the slides, but has a question. So how can we help that student get that answer to the question? All of this has taken a lot of mammoth effort in development, so I just want to highlight the good work that my colleague Vikram has put in to developing all of this. Thank you, Vikram. And the purpose of this is just to showcase. Now, I've already been warned by members of my team that, I can go on and on talking, so please cut it. So I'm going to just end with my last few slides, if it's okay, and then maybe take a few more questions, general questions, if you have any at the end of it.
Once the system
Okay. So AI does not replace professors. No. But it helps to retrain professors and make them 100 times more productive. Because when we look at what's AI doing, it's making all of us more productive. The students need to be trained to a higher level. The faculty need to be at a higher level. The whole world is changed. It's like a step up in terms of talent. And therefore, I think it's important that we all learn about that. In my view, this is the future of learning, or let's say this is one way which is the future of learning, and you have others. There is no direct or one answer. There could be several answers, and I'm really looking forward to the panel conversation after this because many more thoughts may come out, and we have to be open that there could be multiple ways to think about this very important topic. But I want to end with a interesting thought, okay? Have you all heard of Jensen Huang? You've heard of Jensen Huang. He's the founder of NVIDIA. There was Intel here, NVIDIA here, and now it's exactly the other way around. Again, because of innovation and technology. And now we see Google with its own chips, which is now fighting tooth and nail with NVIDIA. So who knows who will win the race at the end. But I just want you to stay with this. Jensen was asked the question, will AI take over jobs? That was the question asked to him, and this was his reply. AI will not take over our jobs. So we can breathe. We still have a role to play in society. It won't take away our jobs. But unfortunately, there's a but after that. And when anyone says but, you've got to pause. You've got to say something wrong is now going to come out. So it will take over 50% of our jobs and do it 100 times better. Wow. And this is here today. This is not even a futuristic statement. So just imagine that there is a human body. This 50% has now become 100 times better. This 50% has remained the same. So instead of jogging 8 kilometers an hour, I can now jog at 800 kilometers an hour. So I'm no longer the same person, right? I'm faster than an aircraft. So, and that I think typifies what society is moving to, that it won't take away everything, but what it takes over can be so much more significant, be done so much better. So with this last final thought, that's where I end, and I'm on time. How much time do I have for questions, or have I finished? 10 minutes, okay. Wow. So I've got 10 minutes more. Should you have any questions, General? Yes, ma'am.
So I represent the school and the college segment. I would ask you if this is the future at the university level, where do you see us in the school and the college segment? Which are those areas that we need to focus and
I
concentrate?
think it's the same, that, the personalized learning. So I emphasize personalized learning, and I also talked about how an AI tutor can personalize the learning for every student. So you could do this at any level, actually. You could even do it even higher at the executive education level, so at all levels, because the key difference is one-to-many or one-to-one. That's really the difference. Sorry? And yeah, I think that's a good point. So many have asked us, SP Jain, that can you help us? Can you, give us your technology? And I'm very sad that I have to say, no, we can't. Because it takes a lot of effort to do this. This whole transfer of technology, if I may, is not easy because it has a lot of follow-up that takes place. But we make one exception. To such schools with underprivileged students, we take everything. We do everything. So there is a school in Mumbai called NM Joshi. It's a municipal school. And we have given to this school not just AI technology, but we've even given them the hardware because they didn't have these computers. So we have completely, in a sense, adopted the school. We've given them the hardware, we've given them the software, and we've done all the hand-holding. And the response from students and faculty is just, makes it all so worthwhile. The vision of SP Jain is to transform lives using the power of education. And this should be for obviously SP Jain students, but also for those who need help. This technology can be used for those with financial constraints or even physical constraints because it can be adapted to use. So I think that, the first year we just did it as a pilot to see does it work, but this year in 26 we may adopt at least 4 or 5 more schools.
So I have a question here.
Yes.
We spoke about one-to-many and one-to-one.
Yeah.
What about collaborative learning? And at the end of the day, they have to work as a team together. So don't they become a little selfish somewhere, a little
No. So
set in their ideas that we can't work as a team?
No. And I'll tell you that we are doing this as pre-class learning. There is also in-class learning. Now, usually a faculty will teach all the concepts in the classroom. And because they teach concepts for so long, they don't have time to do other things. Because the concepts are now learned even before class, the entire classroom is for collaborative learning, role-playing, practical learning, what-if situations. And we didn't actually demonstrate some more features that we have. It's called micro-activities, and micro-activities include role-playing, include playing the devil's advocate, where the computer plays is the devil in this devil's advocate, and so on. So we spend much more time in developing what may be called real skills. And we have got the time to do that because of the model. Ma'am, I'll just come to you, but I know someone at the back had taken.
Sorry, thank you, sir, for this.
Yeah.
Sorry. So you mentioned that universities need to train students to a higher level, and you also mentioned that high skills lead to high pay. But can you expound more on what these skills are that you're talking about? Are we talking about just academic skills, or are there any skills that you as a university and workplaces are looking for that we can work on in schools and colleges?
So there's a range of skills, and if you look at skills, by definition, it's not academic learning. Skills critical thinking, intuitive thinking, communications. So this AI tutor can actually teach a person also, let's say in this case, English, how do you speak better English? And they can get mentored one by one to do that. And it gives a score and a report that you could have taught, you could have, let's say, said these things more succinctly, in a different manner. It gives a full report. So once you go through this, you have to improve if you're a serious student. If you don't go by what it's telling you, of course you can't. Matt? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. And be a disruptor. I think this is amazing and sounds fantastic. My question is, how do you mitigate the environmental impact of all of what we're talking about with regard to AI? We're talking about the future and the world, and it might not be a question you can answer, and I appreciate putting you on the spot, but there is a huge impact on the environment from using all digital technologies and AI. How do we do that? How do we square that circle and make this amazing vision come into practice, but we also look after our planet?
As you said, I won't be able to answer that question fully, but I'll just share what I see happening. We are not doing anything, but what I see happening. There is a much bigger focus on clean energy. I think you were talking about the energy. Yeah, so there is a much greater focus on clean energy. I can see governments all over the world, except one, which are, I'm not going to say.
Thank you.
which are really focused on clean energy. And so I think it will force us.
That's what it needs to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Training your AI, does that come solely from SP Jain students, or have you used the data set from those students, or is there a wider data set coming in to training your AI?
So this is all evolving. This is not a I mean, if we have the same conference 1 year from now, we'll be at a different level. Yeah. So we're learning from students, we're learning what happens, we're learning from faculty what happens. So at this point, we're learning from SP Jain students. Because we don't have any other source to learn from. Yeah. Okay. So we are learning from our own students. But I think if and when it's more widely used, then maybe from others.
And do you think that might be a limiting factor to your AI tutor eventually? And how do you mitigate that?
We just have to play it by ear. Yeah. I think the one big advantage we have compared to many other unis, so these other unis have very clever people, but they have a governance structure that's so bureaucratic that they can't move quickly enough. We move fast because the name of the game is being fast, nimble, agile, and I think we espouse all these qualities.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gentleman at the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
A question about the credibility of the AI tutoring. How we can ensure that this tool is creditable in terms of information that is provided to the students? How we can say that this is something that creditable?
So at this juncture, what we are doing, we are providing the tutor with the regulated curriculum because we are finally bound by the regulators' requirements. We've already given them a curriculum. We can't deviate. So we are giving the tutor exactly that curriculum. What would be taught on Monday morning at 9 o'clock would be taught pre-class. So we are not deviating from what we've already promised the regulator. But students, especially the bright ones, have more questions. How do you do it? What is Satya Nadella's view? How can I do role play? These are over and above the curriculum. Because our goal is to take students beyond level 2. We want them to reach level 4. And this is not going to happen overnight. Some students will say, I don't know, no other university does it. Why do I have to do it? It's painful to a student. because you have to climb up from level 2 to level 4. But we have to tell them, if you want a job, I'm not changing the job market. I have no ability to change the job market. But if you're not prepared for the new job market, then, you'll be on your own. And our students are very job-oriented. So that's the reason we're a business school, so that's the reason I come back to jobs. Okay, I will interact. I've already been given strict warnings from my team. Please shut up. And so I have no choice but to shut up, but we can interact separately outside. And we have another session at the end where we can, of course, talk more also as a group. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for your patient learning.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for sharing those insightful perspective and future of education. We will continue this interaction because we right now have a group photograph and a networking break until 11:55. So now we'll break for tea, group photograph, which is being arranged in a designated area. We have Kaushik Maheshwari there. We all have to follow him, and we'll go for a group photograph to that area. And post that, we'll be coming back here for networking break, little snacks, tea, until 11:55. So we can continue interaction then. Dear all, request everyone to move out to the designated area. They are waiting for a photograph. We'll be back here for the interactions.
We wanted some
Hello everyone, may I request you to take your seats? We are starting in the next 2 minutes.
Innovation and impact. Industry trailblazer. This session will
Hello everyone, we'll be starting now. Please may everyone have a seat.
Director, AI Initiative.
Welcome back everyone. Our next session is a panel discussion titled Innovation and Impact, Insights from Industry Trailblazers. This session will focus on how innovation, industry engagement, and real-world impact are shaping the future of education. The session will be moderated by Dr. Christopher Abraham, CEO and Head of Dubai Campus, SP Jain Global. Dr. Abraham, may I invite you to take the stage? Next we have our first panel member, Mr. Vikram Pandya, Director, AI Initiatives and FinTech, SP Jain Global. Please may I have you on stage?
Welcome.
And our guest for today, Ms. Farnak Por, Global Strategic Director,
Welcome.
Dubai, UAE.
So good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome back to some scintillating, thought-provoking conversations. I have two amazing guests with me this afternoon. Morning, we were inspired by reimagining the future of education. And now we're going to look at two perspectives. As you've seen the profiles, Professor Vikram Pandya comes from the industry into academia, and Navdas is the backbone behind the AI initiatives at SP Jain Global. And then we have Ms. Faranak from Google, the Google. And to put it on record, as we said, ChatGPT may have been a pioneer in the LLM race, but it's Google who has taken the lead as of now. Many of you would endorse what I say. I'm not saying it because she's there, but that's the reality in all the global benchmarks. I mean, there are technical benchmarks that actually assess. I'm going to start with a little story. A story of two girls who were probably from the back streets of Mumbai. These were girls who didn't have access to technology, who didn't have access to the real learning that could be enabled by technology. And they, of course, have great, grand dreams and aspirations. And then came a day when their school teachers invited them and said that there's a new initiative that we're trying to launch where, using mobile phones and the latest technology, you are going to learn what you could not really do normally. And they were surprised. And then when the initiative started, we realized that these students didn't even have access to mobile phones. Mr. Jain alluded, our president alluded to this when he spoke about N.M. Joshi School. Now, this is a silent revolution that can democratize learning across the world. It was a baby step that we took, but I'm sure this can go a long way because a journey of 1,000 miles starts with that single step. And today, AI, in all its fascinating array of possibilities, can certainly reach out to the most deprived and the most, wanted people who need that technology. So this afternoon rather, because it's 12 noon, we're going to share some interesting insights on how this is disrupting education. So we have somebody who is actually doing hands-on solutions in the academia space, and we have somebody representing the cutting edge of technology, the company that has probably pioneered this particular technology many, many years back. So without much ado, I'm going to deep dive into the first question to both of you. If there's one thing where we would like to say the most important shift AI is bringing in education, what would that be? And maybe we start with Faranak.
I love the personalized learning, and I heard also Gemini technology is actually being used, so I was very, very happy about the outcome. But the interaction with AI, it starts already at a young age. My son is 5, and he's already talking to Gemini as if it's his best friend. So at the early stage, our children are learning how to interact with technology. We cannot hide away from it anymore. So the way we can learn now is much more personalized to my son's behavior, to his ability to observe the information, and the output would be much more better for him and his future.
And just to add to what we just heard, it is, of course, personalization, adaptive learning, but along with that, you might have seen the way it was nudging towards the right next thought that you need to have, right? Because we don't want to spoon feed people, we want to encourage them to think critically in the direction where you have a responsible learning, as we call it, right? And the future with AI is going to be personalized adaptive learning with responsible learning principles. And that is the core principle that we as SP Jain today have. And I personally believe that everyone should also keep that. Otherwise, the learning, as you can understand, right, and this analogy I always give, is that if you are going to gym and you are paying gym trainer to do push-up on your behalf, he will build muscles, you will not, right? So the same way, if the student says, okay, because AI is there, I'm going to copy-paste, it is not useful at all for you. It is a mental muscle that you want to build, right? So same thing is applicable.
So I'm going to come back to this, but before that, I'm going to post this to the audience. All of you who are in this space of education, nurturing young minds to fulfill their dreams and aspirations. If you have to choose one priority for your institution where this technology is now going to enable us to do better, what would that be? We have learning outcomes, we talk about productivity, teacher productivity, we talk about student employability, operational efficiency. What would that be? We'll take a few answers from the audience. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We have a few hands up. IT, can we have the mics, please? Sergeant? Yeah. Yeah. Here.
Yeah, I think for us at our school, definitely we're looking at facilitating.
Little closer, ma'am.
Sorry?
Mic closer.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Facilitating inquiring minds, inquiry-based learning. That's really
the
important.
inquiring mind. Again, the critical thinking that Professor alluded to. Excellent. Ma'am?
I would ideally want to use AI, particularly AI-driven tools, to ease the pressure that teachers have to go through, particularly in their day-to-day tasks. A lot of work can just get done with the use of AI-driven tools. For example, lesson planning or assessments, or creating worksheets, or creating a small newsletter. So I think when we do these trainings with teachers, they're very excited about it because it makes their lives much simpler.
Super. Ma'am? Yeah.
So I would really like teachers to use AI to adapt their lesson planning, to make it more adaptive in nature so that they can cater to individual students' need.
Interesting. Lesson planning, making lessons plans easier.
So for me, I think AI would be most effective if it democratizes education.
Yes.
Because I think that is where is the problem, because some schools are able to create that environment for learners while many of our learners are devoid of that kind of stimulus. So if that stimulus AI can provide, I think that will be very important.
Democratization of learning. Super. The gentleman here? Yeah. Okay.
I think what is important is to make AI as an enabler to learning, rather than, though we are using AI tools, but we should allow students and teachers to make learning more, student-centric, rather than making it more rote learning and
more engaging, more interactive,
experiential, yeah.
More exciting.
That's
Can I ask a question, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Sure.
I have a mic, so therefore I thought I will. Yeah. It's not a question. It's thought that has been bothering not only me but quite a lot of people, I'm sure. The over-dependence on AI tools in the name of personalized learning, and how that can be overcome or avoided. Because this is something which looks quite inevitable today.
Yeah, we will address it during the discussion. Any more questions?
So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a second brain so that it can be human eye symbiosis wherein children are getting ready or teachers are getting ready and they are becoming irreplaceable in this automated workforce. So that symbiosis is what I'm looking for.
One last question before we move on. Yeah.
I don't have a question, but in connection to what you were asking.
Yeah.
My priority, probably my school's priority, would be towards socio-emotional learning, and especially the mental well-being of the kid, and probably the staff members also.
Very relevant. Social, emotional well-being, and community learning or collaborative learning. Yeah. Sir.
I think ability to form meaningful relationship with humans as well as technology, and the balance between the two.
Super.
Yeah,
What
my focus will be mostly based on the pedagogy of teaching. AI should become the tool to the learners, to help the learners to teach better not only in the lesson planning, but also in the best outcome of the learners.
Super. So let me now ask Faranak this question. When we say, AI in education, a product or a service that Google can offer or any other service provider, What are those things that you think would really make that difference if we have to address some of these challenges that our principals have?
Yeah, I think clear governance on responsibilities and what outcomes you want to have out of the tools. So start with a small project that you can actually demonstrate and see the impact in education before you roll it out across everything. So you play with it, understand what is the outcome, and then see if it actually works for your school. So again, it's tailored to what you want to get out of the tools, because what you input is what you get out. Another thing is responsible AI. I think Google was the first company that came up with the principles around responsible AI. And to address your question, I think it's going to be more and more important that schools set up their own set of rules on where we want to use AI and where we actually don't want, because you want the critical thinking of the students, right? So yeah, having clear governance would be my first priority for the principals, to look at where you actually want to deploy it and where not.
Vikram, if you can share 2 or 3 use case scenarios of how you moved from a pilot where you thought this is going to work and then you moved it to fruition, if you could share some real life examples.
Sure. So this is not a well-known thing, so I'm just sharing this for everyone's benefit, right? Even before ChatGPT came, even before, let's say, GPT-3 came, 3.5 is what we call ChatGPT. Even before that, GPT-3, GPT-2, we were experimenting, okay? So you cannot just create something immediately and say, okay, it will work. So we were experimenting. We had the earlier Telegram-based bot, which was just a condition-based answering engine, where the computational problems were outsourced to, let's say, Wolfram Alpha. And that is like 2020, not even when all these things were there, right? 22 November is when ChatGPT 3.5 came. Now, when we talk about the future of education versus the way we evolved, so it is always a measured approach, because you don't want to do something which will not add any value. Which means that whenever we are talking about incremental innovation, we are also making sure that incremental innovation, certain things may work, certain things may not work. But at the same point in time, you are carefully crafting that user journey, because that is in your hand. If the user journey is not good, then student may not use it. If the student is not using whatever technology you are creating, it is not useful, because the best technology is something which is invisible to the end user. They don't care what technology you use, whether you use a human typing answer or whether you use AI. Ultimately, if the user is happy with the output, he is finding value out of it, then everything else is not important for user, right? At the same point in time, some of this mentioned, right, and some of the questions that were there, is this AI tool going to then replace a professor or human thinking? No. As we can understand from the word co-pilot, it is always going to be assistant, right? Or even when we talk about AI tutor, this is a pre-classroom learning. We are still saying that faculty has a place. Faculty has industry experience, which can be discussed in the classroom. You can have group discussion, you can have multi-layered approach to the learning itself. And when we say pedagogy, to your question, right? So when we talk about, we have TESCA approved curriculum, we need to have that boundary in place. And innovating within that boundary brings more creativity than otherwise, right? If you have everything possible, then you can do whatever you want. But while remaining in the boundary and still able to do something which is subtly different in a meaningful way, that is most critical area, right? So these are my views.
Interesting. I have a very counterintuitive question to both of you. Faranak, you're now wearing 2 hats. You as a parent, a mom of 2 kids who are just setting foot into school, right? And as somebody who's heading strategy at Google, right? What are some of the things you should not do or should not use AI in a school education system?
It's tough, because I'm actually very profound. I want the teachers to use it, right? For productivity, to enhance the curriculum and everything like that. But what I don't want the teachers to use it is for the human interaction. the things that teachers, more than half of the time, our kids are in the hands of our teachers. The values and how you interact with each other, especially in the world of technology where, look at teenagers nowadays. They're always on their phones. How do you teach them the human value and the life essence that they need to be taught at schools? And I know it's a very tough question to teach, but in an age of technology, human interaction is becoming more and more important. So yeah, I would say use it to your advantage, have the productivity, then teach them the life basics of humanity.
Super. Vikram, you're the designer, so you tell us what we should and what we shouldn't use it for.
So look, this is a reality that AI is changing the way we attribute value to certain activities, right? So now, as you mentioned, the more value will be attributable to the things like interpersonal skill, networking skill, right? Negotiation skills. So those skill sets will have higher value because you can't automate those things, right? While you can teach with AI, maybe you can help run scenario analysis. When we talk about human to human, you have something more than just knowledge. It is subtle nuances in the way we capture those face expressions that we have, or the way we have the rapport that we build over the period of time, right? Nobody can remove that part. It is still going to be relevant, right? Today, when even we look into the startup world, right? Today, everyone has the access to same set of models, but the differentiation will come from the way they distribute their product, the way they are able to identify the customer and product market fit, right? Those things may not change ever. So those are constants. Technology is like a tool which is going to give you much faster velocity in the way you can achieve those things, right? So the boundaries which were there earlier now are pushed. Pie is becoming larger. And so we have the option to eat more out of that pie, right? Because the pie itself is larger. So that is one thing. And last point which I wanted to bring is that there is the MIT paper also called cognitive debt, right? And this is something which everyone should know that, look, there are two ways to interact with AI. One which will build and let's say which will accumulate cognitive debt, which is not good because you are simply outsourcing everything. And you are saying that, okay, I don't want to think. It is the option that I'm taking where I don't want to think and I want to outsource everything. That is what we call as the cognitive debt. While on the other hand, if you are smart enough and you are treating AI for better thinking, for identifying more options, to look at several possibilities which otherwise you could have missed, that is where we are talking about brainstorming, we are talking about collaborative thinking, and that is what we call as a cognitive equity. And when we are teaching student or next generation, we need to tell them that use AI as a cognitive equity building tool rather than cognitive debt building tool.
Super. And I think just to add value to both what Faranak and Vikram said, last year MIT did a fascinating study linking the role of AI and the preparedness towards jobs. The study is called EPOCH, E-P-O-C-H. You might want to Google that. It's a fascinating study. And it looks at what Mr. Jain alluded. He said, with all the AI, humanness is not going to go away. That's going to remain the core. So EPOCH stands for the following things. E stands for empathy and emotional intelligence, right? And P stands for presence, networking, and connectedness. O stands for opinion, judgment, and ethics. C stands for creativity and imagination. And H stands for brilliant, hope, vision, and leadership. Now what they've done, the professors have done, is to correlate these human elements to linking it with the relevance for jobs. So when they prepare themselves for jobs, apart from the technical skills, you need to have the EPOCH skills, and there's a lot of correlation that they are brought in. So I think moving forward, it should be a judicious balance of human plus tech. That's where it is. Part of our topic, we have answered questions, ma'am. We have the last 10 minutes reserved for questions. The topic is on the impact of AI, right? So now the question we move on to say, impact is measured not based on some airy-fairy qualitative stuff. What kind of metrics and how do we actually measure that, yes, this technology has really worked? whether it's learning gains, engagement, retention, time saved? How do you go about it?
Yeah, for me, it's all about efficiency. Also, in my day-to-day job, I use AI to be more efficient. In the world of now, where everything needs to be faster and the technology is evolving every week nowadays, you need to adapt also to be able to be more efficient. So if you can use AI to be more efficient, that would be, for me, one measure that would be successful.
So measuring efficiency across these parameters would be one benchmark. Vikram?
So always we need to look at what is the ultimate goal that you started with, right? So maybe the goal is that a better outcome in exams. So okay, that is a goal. Better outcome in the job placement, then that is the goal. And then you back calculate and look at how different rubrics can be identified. Maybe the performance during the assessment in between, exams in between, and you can then connect it with the final objective. But I don't know how many of you are aware about Goodhart's law. Anyone knows Goodhart's law? Goodhart's law. Anyone has heard about it? Goodhart's law. Okay, so what happens is that the moment your metric, the things that you are measuring, becomes a target, then it stops becoming the effective metric. So for example, typically you have seen in corporate world, right, where you say that, look, the sales should go up. But if you just make sure that the sales goes up, people may missell something. Your reputation may go down, right? People may fudge accounting. And those are the realities that we need to live with. And because of that, whenever we do something, it should be cohesive, comprehensive, as well as in a way which looks at the greater good. So when we talk about learning in this case, it is also about, okay, is the skill set, whatever it is, improving? Are we making sure that people are rewarded for certain skill set during that journey? Somebody mentioned gamification. I think there was a question on gamification. So are we rewarding that in the right manner? And whenever we are talking about composite skills, not only one thing, but combined outcomes, right? Then it makes more sense. So rubric, whenever you design, this Goodhart's law is very, very critical. Because otherwise, if you chase one thing, everyone will just fudge the number, or let's say try to, even this is true in some of the benchmarks we have seen, right? That people look at certain benchmarks and they do the benchmark fudging to get the better result. But that doesn't work beyond a point, because ultimately it should be the general effectiveness of whatever you are trying to achieve. So that is my view.
So that brings me to a related question. You see, a lot of these AI tools boost, when you say efficiency, speed. What about ensuring that along with speed, how do we measure efficiency, quality? So would there be some tools or some technologies that can help? Yeah.
Sure. So this, if you divide efficiency into two parts, right? One is definitely, are you achieving what you wanted, and how fast you are able to achieve it, right? There are two parts to it. Maybe sometimes it may take multiple attempts for you to get where you want to be, right? But at the same point in time, you have an option where you can get something immediately, right? So identifying the right tool for right end goal is very critical. For example, today even Nano Banana can make amazing presentations, right? But you may have another tool which is designed to make sure you create presentation, you can edit it, you can do certain things the way you want it, right? So that might be, let's say, better option for what you may want to achieve, right? But for the same thing, when I want to personalize certain things, I will directly work with the Nano Banana because I know what I want to achieve. So when you are talking about speed, accuracy, as well as the final effectiveness of the outcome, right? Efficacy of the outcome. These are the three areas that people normally thrive to achieve. And one thing which is very critical, and I have seen in my personal life also, is that, look, you can always ask AI any question, whatever you want, right? But sometimes clarity of thought, the way you want, right, to ask the question or the way you want to frame that question, just by thinking maybe 10 seconds more, right? 10 seconds more, you can get much better outcome.
Super. So now we move on to the last portion where we talk about scaling, governance, and responsible. Now, that particular word of responsible AI came multiple times. Now, if we have to look at implementing these things in an institutional basis, say as a takeaway for our school principals here, what are some of the implementation blockers that you envisage when we try to roll out these kind of AI initiatives? Is it people, process, technology, and what are things we can do to actually remove them?
Probably a combination of all.
Yeah.
I would say if you can start with an AI governance board in your school, you start with the pilot, like actually you have done, see how it's tested and the outcomes that you want to achieve. So I think the AI governance board can come up with what is it for your school that you want to achieve, but also have set of boundaries of where it actually should not be implemented for.
Interesting.
Just to add to what you mentioned,
Yeah.
of course, all those are critical, but at the same point in time, you want skeptics, but you don't want cynics. You want skeptics, right? On the other hand, when we talk about identifying the utility of what you are doing and the way you are implementing, right? You want to start with low-hanging fruit. You don't want to aim for stars every time, right? Because then you don't have something to show. You don't have something measurable achieved immediately and then build upon that, right? So you want to start with something which you can easily start and achieve and then build upon that slowly. You cannot achieve immediately anything, we know that, but at the same point in time, finally, when we are talking about stakeholders and change management, look, you will have issues when it comes to the adoption. That is a reality because everyone will have their own way of thinking, because everyone will have their opinions, which is good to have. But at the same point in time, we need to have that mutual empathy as we spoke, right? Understanding what is that we want to achieve. As long as everyone wants to achieve the same thing, objective is same, everyone will then try not to create a hindrance, but to make sure that there are no roadblocks coming in future, right? So as I mentioned, you want skeptics in your team who will verify and re-verify certain things for you. Certain assumptions that you started with may not be correct. Certain assumptions that you started are changing in between. But are you then able to incorporate those assumptions in your journey and make sure that you are receptive to that? Because sometimes I may think that, look, I know everything, but it is not true. Sometimes it is better to get the world view and understand that certain things are missing. And then if you collaborate that way, you will have much better outcome and less bumpy road.
Interesting. Now, again, from an institutional perspective, let's say, for example, they're considering rolling out AI. Let's be clear that in the world of AI today, data and privacy are really questionable, right? We don't know whether our data is being compromised. How can we ensure, as institutions, when we negotiate with vendors, say like Google or an OpenAI or a Microsoft, how do we ensure that data and privacy are actually taken care?
Actually, that's a good question, but at Google, we make sure that your data is your data. It's not embedded in the LLMs, and it's not improving the LLMs of Google. And then on top of that, we have very strict security measures to make sure that your data stays where it is and it's not compromised. There was in the beginning of using the LLMs where confidential information, and I think everyone has seen it in the news, was used to enhance the AI. That stage has passed because it has already evolved way more, and privacy is now taken care of. Especially in you're in charge of students, so you want to make sure that their data is not compromised. But yeah, I can assure that for Google, it's the case.
Excellent. From a buyer's perspective, now you are on the other side of the spectrum, Vikram. How would you ensure that you get that?
So there are three approaches that you take, right? First of all, as you mentioned, you need to look at SLA, you need to look at what kind of zero data retention policy is available, because ZDR today is must for any organization to work with model providers, right? So that is first layer. So you look at the model providers' own terms, SLAs and everything. Second layer, right? You don't want to even allow certain sensitive data to go out, right? When we talk about that. Because we don't want, why should the data go out in the first place, right? So whether we talk about any model provider. So that is where what we call as you can say in a simple layman's term, you have the gatekeeper. In technical term, you have the proxy. So when we talk about gatekeeper, that gatekeeper has certain rules and tools available which can identify PII, personally identifiable information, or any critical confidential information, and then stop it then and there. And there are ways in which you can also anonymize certain things. So you want to allow it to go through. So you can anonymize certain things and allow it to go through. That is the second approach. Third approach, which comes at, let's say, when we are trying to train our internal models, right, or fine-tune using our own data. Because we want to also learn from what students are asking. We want to learn from how faculties are reacting, right? So when we talk about that, we want to 100% make sure that the data is completely anonymized and then used for inference to make sure that our models are learning and they are better. Because otherwise, we are again getting into that trouble where we are using certain information which should not be used. So these are the 3 layers of protection which works any enterprise level, any academia level, and it will give you the foolproof solution.
Very interesting. And a couple of years back, probably the last question before we hand it over to the audience, there was a Stanford researcher. She was an African-American woman, and she went through an AI PhD program in artificial intelligence, and the systems and tools that she used were so biased against her. There's an award-winning documentary called Coded Bias. Some of you might want to watch it. How do we ensure that the current AI tools that we use address this challenge of bias and unfairness? Farnak and then probably Vikram.
Yeah, I think it's the input of data as well, right?
Yeah.
In the early stages.
Data in, data out.
Yeah, the early stages. But even in medicine, you will see that as well. The research on medicine is mostly done on men and not on women, so it's already biased towards women. Same applies to LLMs. If the data is biased, the output will be biased. So I think we need to collectively make sure that we input as much as data as we can to make sure that it's equal for everyone.
So data diversity is one critical part, as she mentioned. But beyond that, unfortunately, many people may not even know that there are certain inherent biases which are already present in the data. You may not know, right? It is innocent way of thinking, but yes, it is possible. Practically, if you think, then how do you identify that? There are tools available today which can run multiple different scenarios, and it can identify, interestingly, at a scale, that these are the likely biases, right? And it can identify correlated biases also. What do I mean by that? So certain times you have, for example, as she mentioned, right? We had Amazon creating AI model where, because in the past job application for computer engineer was mainly given by, let's say, male rather than females, right? So that was the data bias because diversity of data was not there. But if you look at beyond that, there might be age bias, right? There might be bias about certain location. Because you have certain location which is, let's say, by minority people, etc., etc. So you have certain biases which are not easily identifiable. But still, with these tools, it can identify almost 19-20 types of hidden biases by running this analysis. And it can then, if possible, in certain cases, you can't remove those biases. For example, medical test, I can't remove male-female. It is critical for that, right? But in case like job application, I can remove male-female because I don't really care about whether that person is male or female, right? So it can intelligently tell you that, okay, in this case, this is not going to make material difference on the output. Remove that bias completely by ignoring that field, right? And in certain cases like medical, it will tell you that you don't have enough data, so you need to make the better data collection and better data processing.
Super. Last question to both of you, 1 minute each. Where do you see the future of AI in technology disrupting society and its future?
It's a hard question. I think it will disrupt all of us in the way we do things and in the way we interact with technology for the better. I do believe it makes us all better in the way we can be enhancing what we are doing. It's like the Industrial Revolution. When things came in the early stages, everyone was skeptical, but if we try to embrace it, we can actually enhance the way we are collectively as a society operating for the better or for the human being.
Beautiful.
So if you look at, and this is something just to build upon what she mentioned, there are 3 different things which will definitely change, right? One is how the work is currently perceived and done, right? So when we look at the dissecting the entire value chain, right? So you have multiple different profiles doing multiple different activities. Going forward, you will have one person doing 10 jobs, right? Because you are able to connect and go into further value chain. In certain areas, specialization will become more specialized because now you want to make sure that this is where there is no AI available. I need to further enhance my knowledge into that industry or domain. And the final part is that the individuality that we have, right? If you are banking on certain qualities that you have already with you, and if you are able to enhance it further, AI will help you achieve certain things much better than earlier because you are able to further explore that unknown part of yours. Look, I will give a very simple example. Today you have Suno AI for generating music. Maybe you were a very good songwriter, but you never knew how to compose the music. So that next part of the value chain is now removed. That hurdle is removed. So if you are a good songwriter, maybe you can create a song now, suddenly. If you were really good in terms of imagination, creativity, now you can generate images based on the prompt. So suddenly you have that additional capability which earlier you were not able to possess, and because of that one-man show was not possible.
Super. In other words, what you're trying to say is that AI is a complement, can make us better human beings. Yeah. So on that note, we'd like to now leave it over to you for some questions. We have another 10 minutes. So over to you. Those of you who haven't spoken so far, ma'am, Ankit and Sajid, can you get the mics, please? Yeah. Sir,
sorry,
go ahead, one at a time.
I really loved the discussion that we had today. I have two questions. First is, I was reading that Satya Nadella said once that the AI bubble will burst one day, right? And what will be left will be the knowledge. So future is knowledge, not the AI. Okay, so I just wanted your thoughts about this. And secondly, we've been talking about personalized learning, and I totally believe what you said. I think that's a very smart way of learning, and we need to do more and more about this. My concern, or probably what I'm exploring, is how can we integrate the AI into assessments? Because today, if you give a project or give anything, students use AI more and more. It's very difficult to find out how much AI they're using, and probably they use 90% AI and produce the work as their work. How can we intentionally allow them to use AI because we know they're using it? And how can we create systems where we can really gauge the fairness and their understanding while knowing that they're using the AI? So my question, can we ask them to, okay, fine, you use the AI as much as you can. How can we be more smart to create a system where actually we know that we are able to judging them fairly? So I've got two questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think we should continue using AI, but I honestly forgot your first question, sorry.
No, I said Satya Nadella once said that, the AI bubble will burst one day, and what will left will be the knowledge.
Yeah, but I don't believe there is going to be an AI bubble, so maybe I'm optimistic.
All right, okay, because see, what I feel is, AI, now it's very, very smart. It's probably 1,000 more times more smarter than Google. It's a very smart search which has so many more dimensions. All right, but at the end of the day, I think people will get used to it. It'll become like it
becomes a commodity.
Yeah, it'll become a.
So just
Google,
to answer and
Google.
to make sure that everyone gets chance, I will summarize your question. First question was that is the AI bubble, right? Now you need to look at reality beyond the hype, saying that, okay, what is so even .com bubble, as you know, right? So we are still using internet today. It is not like it was a bubble because it was a valuation bubble. It is not about the utility bubble. So I am going to compare it the same way. You have valuation bubble, not the utility bubble, okay? So that is the first answer. Second answer. So when you go ahead and think about, there are so many questions you have asked, but to answer in a simple manner, you need to rethink the way assessment itself is done. What are you assessing, right? If you ask the fundamental question, what are you assessing? Are you assessing the interpersonal skill? Are you assessing domain knowledge? Are you assessing whatever is written in the textbook? But the way you are today able to assess, even with AI, right? I will give you multiple examples. One way is that, okay, give AI that question, and if AI is able to answer that accurately, don't ask that question. That is one way of looking at it. Second way is that if AI is not giving you correct answer, give that, saying that this is the AI generated answer, now you find out the problem in this answer, right? That is another way of looking at it.
Super.
Third way is that when we talk about even one step back, if you take one step back and look at, okay, is something that really valuable for you to assess, right? For example, in classroom learning we spoke about, similar to that, why can't we do more in classroom assessment? Because what is happening today is that if you do pre-learning, pre-classroom learning, then you have more time available in classroom to do group activities, identify where they are lacking certain things, and guide them towards that better part, right? So if you are getting more time in classroom, you can even do this in-class assessment. Most of these large big schools are doing that, and even we are changing that, right? So that assessment percentage and rubric changes. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, ma'am?
My question. Good afternoon.
Okay. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that wonderful discussion. I don't have a question. I have a couple of observations, actually. I feel that the world needs to look at renaming AI. This whole thing about artificial intelligence probably puts in our mind a special reverence for that thing, which should actually be called an assistant instructor. And as soon as we realize that AI is actually an assistant instructor, it gives us a whole new understanding of the fact that it's taking care of the bottom of the Bloom's taxonomy pyramid and giving us the steps on which we can stand so that we can reach the top of that pyramid. And that is what I love about AI. However, my thought would be, how can we use this in order to ensure that personalized learning does not make individuals out of it as a human race? Because this whole individual should not take over the collaborative that is the whole human race that needs to work with every other person. That is my only concern, that as an individual, I probably need to ensure that I stay connected with as many as possible all over the world. Sorry, no question actually.
Yeah. Very well thought out. Yeah, ma'am, go ahead.
Good afternoon,
and
thank you for those insightful discussion. But we are just thinking that as school heads, the major concern or the challenge that we feel is to bring in the right mind shift in the teachers, because they have not learned it this way. And they tend to, my question is, are there any plans for any collaboration with the schools where, certain modules or certain trainings can be done, not only to the teachers to use AI as an enabler, at the same time for the students as well, where they can, learn to filter the information that is generated, and as well as some modules for the parents, because, they are all the primary stakeholders. So
it's an excellent question. I think it's all on all of us as a society to make sure that education.
Send them for trainings, but at the end of it, we find that they are not as effective as we think about it.
No, it's true. First trainings are set to understand the tools, right? So that's the first layer, where you get people to get comfortable with the tools. But then the second layer is, how do you challenge the students to get the output-based learning, right? And the interaction-based learning. And that's a skill set. Again, it's not something, it's easily transferable. It requires time and adaptability. But at Google, we do the basics of getting education comfortable with the tools. But the next layer, it really is a collective effort.
Just to add to that very quickly, so we had last month with AICTE, you might be aware about AICTE in India, right? So we had done that conclave with AICTE in Dubai.
In this hall.
In this hall itself, where we had actually answer all these questions and how they are also trying to bring that training wherever AICT is governing, right? So it will eventually come.
But looking at a sustainable model where there's hand-holding, where there is feedback session and real implementation of it.
Right.
So we'll take one more question as we're running out of time, and we'll answer all these questions during the networking post this. Yes, sir. The last question for the gentleman there. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In God we trust, for everything else we need data. And with predictive analysis probably being the next big thing with AI, advent of AI, what's your view on, we spoke about adaptive and personalized learning, where do we see responsible personalization? For example, predictive analysis says that where a child might go in 4 weeks down the line if we don't stop it. Do we blindly kind of lead AI to do that, or where does this personalization become responsible personalization?
Yeah, so very good question. Now, when we talk about responsible learning itself, and that is what we even started with the framework first. When we started developing anything, it is a responsible learning framework. In fact, I can share with you later. But there are multiple different things which are critical before you even start teaching anyone anything, right? And one thing is never spoon-feed anything. That is a clear thing. And that's the reason we are not even replacing in-classroom learning. We are not saying that you learn this and everything is ready. No. We want you to take the learning, in-classroom learning, from level 2 to level 4, as Mr. Jain mentioned earlier, right? Now, to empower faculty to achieve that, to empower students also to ensure that everyone is at the similar level before they come to the classroom, this is a must-have tool now. There is no other way, right? Now, when we talk about personalization, this is the one-to-one personalization that you can achieve pre-classroom. But in classroom, still, to answer the other question also somebody had, that you are still doing group activity, you are still doing that learning. But at the same point in time, ultimately, your outcome that you measure, ultimately, right, that is going to be the assessment quality that you are submitting or the exam answers that you are submitting. Are you able to critically think or not? And we have internally now what we call as a skill mapping. So whatever student is learning, there are certain skills which we call as a graduate level attributes. So all those things should be mapped together to get the full clarity about what is happening. And as you mentioned, in God we trust, everything else we need to trust on data. So unless and until we see certain metrics are moving in the direction we want, we need to take correction immediately if it is not working, right? So it is always going to be the iterative process, and it can never be that we assume certain things and it worked. No, true, can't work.
I think very superbly answered. Ladies and gentlemen, we've almost come to the end of this fascinating discussion. We can go on for the rest of the day, but we have many other things to do. I just want to conclude with two powerful thoughts. Last year, one of the most exciting books that went on to the bestsellers list was a book called The Human Edge in the AI Age. The Human Edge in the AI Age. This was written by an AI pioneer called Nitin Seth. He runs extremely successful multi-million-dollar AI startups, and they have now become, scaled up. He has a very simple framework. He says, yes, AI fluency, AI literacy, AI, data, all of that, extremely important for us to survive and thrive. But he also brings in the human element, which is called the possible framework. The possible framework, Nitin Seth, you'll get lots of stuff there. What does it really mean? Very simple things. Problem solving, openness to ideas, spirituality, can you believe that? Sports, impact, balance, which is balancing both technology and human, leadership, and last but not the least, entrepreneurship. And I want to validate this with a beautiful story that happened in 2009. This was a pilot, a seasoned pilot, taking off an A320 from LaGuardia. Everything was working fine, all systems on, perfectly fine. Couple of minutes as he starts his flight, he realizes that both the engines have failed because Canadian geese, for whatever reason, hit a United Airlines plane. 2 engines, both gone. Now the pilot doesn't have any technology that's going to help him. And he has to use his intuition, his experience, and of course his wisdom. And many of us know what happened. It was called the Miracle on the River Hudson, and he landed the plane on the frozen river, much against the commands of the air traffic controller. And we know what happened. 155 lives were saved. So if we use the same metaphor that the future of humanity is in this Captain Sunny Sullenberger, that's all of us. It's a combination of technology, and when technology fails, human wisdom, human intuition takes over. So the future would be very similar, that we would have these existential challenges, but with human wisdom and the right complementarity of cutting-edge tools, we would definitely be able to make the world a better place, educate our students to become better citizens, better leaders, and more importantly, better human beings. You've been a fascinating audience. We had an amazing panel discussion with these two outstanding people. Big round of applause. And before we break, may I request Mr. Jain to give a small token of appreciation to our guest of honor, Ms. Faranak. Thank you so much. Mr. Jain? Mrs. Jain, okay. Thank you. Yeah, small token of appreciation for Ms. Faranak. Yeah, sure. And over to you, Pratik. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We will now break for lunch. Lunch has now been served at the corporate lounge on the second floor. Kindly ensure that you are back seated here by 1:40.
Thank you so much.
And promptly for the next session. Thank you. We will have people guiding you to the second floor.
I'll skip because I have a session with Tata AIA. Yeah, 1:30.
The balance sessions are here only. The balance sessions are here.
The afternoon demonstration, everything is here. Just announce that they'll come back. They know. Okay. Yeah.
Hello everyone. We are going to be back here, so you can leave your bags here. No need to carry them. I can see many people are carrying their bags. Please leave your bags here. It's safe. Our guarantee. meant to provide you with a clearer understanding of what SP Jain is all about and how we work closely with schools globally. To present this session, may I invite Ms. Sonali Hingorani, Director, Student Recruitment and Marketing, SP Jain Global. Ms. Sonali has over 2 decades of experience in education and marketing and a recipient of the Economic Times Women's Leadership Award. Please, ma'am, take it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely afternoon, lovely lunch and a good impactful session in the morning. And I look forward to presenting the overview of the SPJ and BBA program and how we train students for the top jobs in the industry. Let me start with our overview. We started in 2005 with a simple philosophy. If business is global, business schools too should be global. And with this same philosophy, we started 6 campuses in 6 leading cities: Dubai, Singapore, Sydney, Mumbai, London, and we've recently acquired a university in California. Yeah, our students actually study in 3, if not 4 countries, and I'll explain this model slightly later. Now about our rankings. We are the youngest B school to be ranked by QS, Bloomberg, Forbes, Times Higher Education, Street Journal, The Economist, and Financial Times. These rankings are for our postgraduate programs because undergraduate programs don't have any international rankings. But rankings matter because they validate the success of our global model and the success of our alums. Let me take you through our BBA program at a glance. It's a 4-year program with specialization in finance, marketing, and AI. Students study across Singapore, Mumbai, Dubai, Sydney, and London. And they have a choice of going through a British degree or an Australian degree. And at any given point of time, we have about 20 to 25 nationalities in class. And let me give you 4 reasons to select an SP Jain's BBA program. First one is focus on business. Naturally, because we are a business school, students go through a unique experience in business studies. Second, enhance student learning through AI. We've spent the morning discussing how AI is implemented in the school. And this really improves the student learning. We've implemented AI Tutor, JPT, which helps with jobs, and we've implemented an ELC. The third reason is study in top commercial capitals in the world. When you study in a commercial capital, you interact with people from that particular
in Tasmania, and I think all these things remains as memories with you and not just academics. So make sure you are involved in extracurriculars, you are traveling with your friends, and you are making memories over the course of 4 years.
Thank you. As you can see, these internships and a strong business program really help students, become confident, mature, and get some of the top roles in the industry. And is it only other? It's actually, all students, all our students go through this process and get top jobs. It's a reflection of our model. Now, along with their studies, the internships in 3 countries, along with that, our students really enjoy, as they should. They experience each country firsthand, in terms of culture, in terms of industry, and in terms of day-to-day life. We have a global learning team who kind of crafts out this experience for them. Let me take you through the adventure they go through.
International leader. We both want to be international business leader, and this university gave us this opportunity for sure.
What fun. So with this, I end the BBA presentation. And I'd like to thank, the principals for their leadership and their ambition in schools, which helps us give this global opportunity to students. Let me take you through some of the success stories that we've worked upon jointly. Rohan Bhatia, who's a part of the founding team of Uber Australia, is actually a student of Delhi Public School. Thank you, Delhi Public School. We have a lot of, yes, we need, an applaud for Delhi Public School because we have a lot of success stories from Delhi Public School. Then Gayatri Bhatia, entrepreneur, who's placed at Entrepreneur Singapore from Dhirubhai Ambani International School. Tushar Sontalia in Amazon, India from Sri Sri Academy. Thank you, Sri Sri Academy. Isha Durve, who's placed at Rocket Agency from Jain College, Mumbai. Varnika Agarwal, entrepreneur in India from Pathways World School. Thank you, Pathways. Alisha Dharwarkar, Citibank Singapore from GIIS. Thank you, Miss Marie. Thank you, GIIS. And some more success stories. Thank you, SVKM International, JBCN. Thank you. Utpal Sangvi, Pathways World School again, BD Somani and Jamnabai Narsi. Also, we have a lot of stories from GEMS Business School. So thank you, GEMS, thank you, DPS. And we look forward to continuing this journey with you, with summer schools, with an MOU that we have, and Pratik, my colleague, will take it ahead from you. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. And I now request my colleague, Brendan Weiner, who is the Director of Student Recruitment and Marketing International. His role is to build diversity into the program. He will be covering the Bachelor of Data Science program, as well as why study in Australia. He's an Australian himself, so his perspective on Australia is really interesting. Brendan has about 2 decades of experience in education. Yeah, over to you, Brendan.
Sure. Can I have?
Yes,
please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, enough of me. Can everyone hear me okay? That's fine? Okay. So, thanks for that, Sonali, especially about the BBA. And I think it's also very important to differentiate between the BBA, which Sonali has discussed, and our Bachelor of Data Science. The reason I say this, you're going to get a question from students very soon. Which degree should I take? Which jobs will it lead to? And they look up to you. You're talking to them, but you need to be equipped with the facts. What sort of student suits which degree? So when we look at the BBA, it is business focused. It is a general degree. Maybe if that student's looking more towards the creative fields, towards marketing, towards finance. This is what a BBA is for. But not everyone at age 17, when they start doing these degrees, knows exactly what they want to do. Now, the BDS is completely different. The BDS is more focused. It is looking more for a student with a very specific skill set. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. So the BDS, who is this for? It is suited for people with a data analytical mindset. That's who it is for. The BDS for us, when you look at this, it sits at the crossroads between computer science, statistics, and business, whereas the BBA is much more broad in scope. What we've seen then, this is a very focused 3-year degree. You can do 1 year in Mumbai, then 2 in Sydney, or all in Sydney. It is about data-driven investigations and advanced analytics as a bachelor degree. Now, what's very important, Nitesh has spoken about the rise of AI, and people are looking for different jobs and different expectations of our fresh graduates. What we have seen is that there's more demand now starting to come in for these data-driven degrees, for these students that graduate with these qualifications, so much so that for the 3rd year in a row, all of our students from BDS graduation classes have at 100% placement rate across the board. So that is just showing that demand, specifically in Australia and in our other markets, for who these degrees are for. So as mentioned, as Sonali showed you, the journey for BDS is much more simple. It's less complicated. For our principals that are here from India, the option is they can do the 1st year in Mumbai. Why is that important? Some parents, some students are a little hesitant to go abroad in the 1st year. They've been at home their whole life, they've done high school. Some like to have that 1st year back at home, then they're ready to tackle Australia and come to Sydney. Again, with the 2 years in Sydney, or whether you take all 3 in Sydney, you are graduating with a TEXA accredited degree, and you will have those post-study work rights. And now the next question that gets asked. So the first question is, what degree should I do? The next question you're going to get asked from the students is, what job is waiting for me at the end of these 3 years? Now, something Nitesh mentioned earlier, the jobs and the skills that we have now may not exist yet. When I was doing marketing, I'm a fair bit older. When I was doing marketing, WhatsApp didn't exist. None of these things, Facebook didn't exist. So we have to be prepared for things. What we've looked at here is that before we start talking about the jobs that are available, these may change. It is important to identify which industries can I be working in first. And what we've seen with the rise of AI, with the need for graduates who can collect, interpret, and analyze data, these skills are not unique to one particular industry. What we've seen is these students, they're going to be the ones that analyze, interpret, and help people act on data-driven insights, but they can do this in IT, consulting, insurance, healthcare, retail, media. Every industry, every company has data coming in, whether that's from the customer, whether it's from the consumer, whether it's from social media. Someone needs to take this data, translate it, analyze it, and give the leaders of each company something they can do with that data. And that's what our SPJ and BDS students are going to do. So what we've seen is that the BDS is a more focused role with very focused career skills. However, the actual industries that are hiring are going to be widespread across the board. So you're winning on both sides. Now for the roles. As I mentioned, there are certain roles that the BDS will lead to. It is not a broad degree. It is a degree meant for analysis, meant for people with that data, mathematics, science, analytical skills, for the data scientist, analyst, architect, consultant, modeler, data mining specialist. Although there is a more focused career path trajectory, there will be more applicable for these roles across multiple industries. So now, as we've mentioned, this is somewhat of a degree that may be less understood than the BBA, because BBAs have been around for decades. But I think now, with the rise of AI, with data-driven industries, especially across social media, people are starting to understand we need these people. What we've seen for the last year, for 24-25, when we look at our graduates, the highest salary was 105,000 Australian dollars. Just so you guys know, I'm from Australia, born and raised. Our first graduates, like it or not, are sort of getting into that highest tax bracket on their graduating job, which is it's a rare thing, probably not something to celebrate, but if you're Aussie, hey, you can brag to your friends you're paying the highest tax straight away. And the average salary is around 85,000 Australian dollars. Guys, this is incredibly high for a first graduate. What we've noticed is that in general, the Australian government is pushing for these roles because we cannot grow these human capital originally in Australia. There just aren't enough people in Australia to fulfill these roles. So the Australian government realizes we need to import people, we need to import the right people, because in 5 years' time, we need more jobs of this type. We're not going to have the amount of people there. So the top locations, simply by the way of graduating in Australia, whether you came through Mumbai or came through directly from Australia, our top graduates choose to stay and live in Australia. And the top sectors. Now, this is still a fairly new thing. I'm expecting this is going to broaden in scope over the next few years. The way things are changing in Australia and around the world, we have IT services around 50%, then finance, telecoms and healthcare. I know this is going to broaden more in scope. And for the top employers, Telstra, that is our telecoms provider. So the people that are here from the UAE, that is your Do, that is your Etisalat, Telstra and Optus are our number 2. Morgan Stanley, Bupa, Greenstone Financial, Eucalyptus and Ingrity. So what we've seen, because we're pushing for this, another thing we've noticed is, I looked this up, seek.com.au is Australia's #1 job search portal. They are predicting that by almost, this data analyst sector will be growing by more than around 30% in the next 5 years. And as mentioned, the graduates of this sector will only be coming away in 3 years' time. That's why we need to import more graduates. It's one of these degrees that has a more focused career path, but they're looking for them. And now I actually like to talk about our real students, similar to what Sonali did. So this is Tram. Tram came in from Vietnam. She did a BDS degree actually beginning in Australia. She went the route going directly to Sydney. What we realized from Tram, when she came, she, of course, to get the Australian or the visa and everything, she needed to pass her IELTS. Her written English was perfectly fine, but she was never confident in her spoken English. She has now become a huge advocate for our global learning, networking, and job opportunities, because what SP Jain does very well is make our students uncomfortable. By the time you are 1 year in Dubai, 1 year in Singapore, you're moving again by the time you're getting to it. So you're constantly in that frame of learning. And what Tram did, she did the global learning activities, the networking, the internship. It forced her to talk to people in Australia with my accent, of people from Southeast Asia, people from Singapore, Malaysia, all these different nations. She had to converse with them, and the global language we used was English. So all of a sudden, by the end of the second year, she's speaking much better. Because of this, she interned as a intern at UPilot as a software engineer. She was placed at Ingrity by us as a data consultant, and now currently works at Noble Oak, Sydney as an actuarian data modeling analyst. So she is that perfect thing. I went there, I wasn't super confident, now I reside and I'm living in Australia. Then Rithwik, he came from India. He went differently. He did the route that maybe most Indian families would recommend to the principals as well, is that I want to do my first year in India till I'm really happy that my son and daughter are confident. So he interned with the Indian Statistical Institute after year 1. Then went to Australia, interned with K4 Coach. He then got multiple full-time offers. So he was placed by us with Minefields. Then he got his own with Macquarie Bank, huge bank over there, and now currently works at Arinco Australia. So what we've seen, these two students both completed a very different journey, but they all ended up in the same destination, which is they're now Australian residents working and residing in Australia. And now I'm going to talk to you something which I think is super important, and it's something I can do without reading a book and without looking on the internet, is about living and residing in Australia and why that is so important for our students. I've always said this, why should you study in Australia? I've worked at Australian universities all around the world. What's the difference between studying in Australia and studying in an Australian university in Malaysia or Hong Kong? What's the difference? How can it be any different? So, I'm a big believer, and I know SP Jain is too, is that yes, you will learn in the classroom. Half your learning will come from the professors, but learning takes place outside the classroom as well. Our students at this age, 17, 18, 19, they are sponges. They are learning things that people at our age can't pick up. So all of a sudden, there are these benefits they're getting from conversing and talking to different people that they're learning outside the classroom. What do I mean by outside the classroom? Our global learning activities, internships, networking, corporate visits, events, but also going for coffee with people, going with their friends, seeing sporting games. These are things you cannot look up on the internet, and I think it is absolutely producing higher quality, more well-rounded business students. The fact that our students will graduate with zero experience technically on their CV, but they've worked in 2 to 4 different countries and have done internships. So what we see now is that the employment markets now are becoming, Nitesh mentioned this, you've got people from Harvard struggling to get jobs. The reason is, we mentioned that when you graduate, everyone is on that level playing field. You've got 0 years of experience, but you're relying on your internships. I worked for other universities in Dubai for SP Jain. I worked for the Dubai government, setting up universities like SP Jain for 10 years. One thing SP Jain was known for before I even started working here was that the students here graduate future ready. These students have the best reputation for getting jobs. How is that possible? Well, SP Jain is a business school. It only focuses on business. We don't do medical degrees. We don't do healthcare. We don't have to worry about putting forward teachers for 50 degrees. We're focused on, 7 or 8 degrees, getting the students ready, getting them jobs and preparing them. So something we've seen is that right now, you need to do something that puts you ahead. So if I am hiring a student and I'm interviewing, one student has done a degree in Dubai for 4 years, like Sonali was mentioning, the BBA. They've only stayed in Dubai, and I've got someone that's either done a BDS or a BBA that's done Dubai, Singapore, Mumbai, London, Sydney. That student has dealt with different nationalities, different cultures, different religions, different business practices. They have done things that people at my age often haven't done. So our students are graduating future ready, far ahead of a lot of students, because of what we make them do to make them uncomfortable, to prepare them for their job roles. So when they do take these roles, they are prepared for it. This multi-city learning model, it's something that we here have pioneered. Not many other universities do it, and I think very few do it at the UG level. It's because a lot of people offer internships, exchange programs for a couple of weeks here and there. They don't do 1 year, they don't do 2 years, where you actually have to say, hey, I need to let go and move to another country, and just as I'm starting to understand it and feel good about myself and get comfortable, you're picking me up and sending me somewhere else. So I'm dealing with more nationalities, more people, more different people from different cultures. It's something very unique to what we offer. And the work opportunities. I think Australia has the highest basically minimum wage laws in the world. So our students can get 25 Australian dollars an hour, which is something very strong for them. And the last point I'll finish on this is that studying in Australia is different to studying purely in an Australian university abroad. As an Australian, born and raised, I studied there. I left there when I was 24 years old to come to Dubai. I cannot recommend our unique multi-city model experience enough, where students will benefit from studying abroad and also graduate with an Australian degree. And then we talk about the lifestyle. This is the other part, the other half of the education experience. It's not just about the professors. One thing I can say is that first-hand experience of a culture and a destination will always be more beneficial than reading about it online or in books. And Australia, for those of you that have been there, it's got such a unique sort of vibe, a unique destination, the weather, the food, the sports culture, the food culture, the entertainment, it's impossible to pass that information on. Even me telling you about this, you surely understand the words I'm saying, but being there is very different. So what I'm trying to say is that when our students in Sydney can go to the Harbour Bridge, to the Opera House, to Bondi, to Taronga Zoo, they are put at such an advantage compared to other students that only have to read about Australia. And then one thing, extremely popular, particularly with our Indian students that come abroad, is the ability to go see Mitchell Starc tear things up at the SCG live. It is something incredible, guys. Going to see a BBL match live, then they can go interstate to go to the MCG in front of 100,000 people, seeing Aussie rules football and rugby for the first time. These are the things that I actually think help develop better students, because you're getting that work-life balance. The fact that on weekends they can go and see sports games around the corner, it's something quite nice that we offer there as well. So now finally, what are the benefits of an Australian degree? And I believe earning an Australian degree in Australia, specifically for my degrees here, that I'm talking about, BDS and also BBA, have got many, many benefits. So firstly, as Sonali mentioned, you're getting that TEXA-approved degree. You can work and study anywhere. Then the strategic location. What I mean by this, guys, when you graduate in Australia, you are not held to Australia. You will be looking at jobs in Hong Kong, Indonesia, Singapore, Taiwan. That's what we call the Southeast Asia. Same as our students that graduate in Dubai will look to the regions of Saudi Arabia. They can go to Abu Dhabi, they can go to Kuwait, the GCC regions. It's the fact that we've got such a global degree and they've interacted with these students from these regions already, they will be well suited to work in any of these regions. Then the post-study work rights. What I mean by this is not just working after you graduate, but also in Australia, in order to get the permanent residency toward getting the Aussie passport, you have to spend 2 within 5 years while you're there. So the fact that our students are already doing this and working there, it puts them on that path to immigration if they choose this option as well. And honestly, the last point I will end on is about the quality of life. The weather, the sports, the food, the culture, everything in Australia has is something very unique. And on that, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for listening to me. And I would like to introduce Gaurav Jain from SB Jain London School of Management to discuss the options at our beautiful campus in Canary Wharf. And Andrew as well to be up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
No worries, mate.
Good afternoon, principals and head teachers. I know it's been a long day, but a very passionate one. I think a lot of people have spoken very passionately about a lot of very interesting topics. Thank you so much, Sonali and Brendan. I think you've covered a lot of what the BBA offers, and a really exciting opportunity for students. And I should know, being an alumnus of the school myself, going to Singapore, going to Sydney, it's been a really magical experience for me. Of course, I did it many years ago. But now I am here to talk to you about the London leg of things. And maybe a little bit more British focus for some of our principals from over there. Now, we are in the UK far more new than the other campuses. And we are slightly a different entity than SB Jain Global. We are still under the SB Jain Group, so a lot of what Sonali and Brendan spoke about still applies to us, but I just want to talk to you about how we're a bit different as well from SB Jain Global. And the first way we're different is that we are a British institution, higher education institution, with registered with the Office for Students, which is the regulating body in the UK. And we offer British degrees when students come and study in the UK. For our UK principals, we're also registered with the Student Loan Company, which is obviously very important in order to obviously support finances for students. We're located in Canary Wharf, which I'll talk to you a bit about. And our student body is very diverse in the UK. And 80% of the undergraduate population are British students, but they come from all over the world. And it's really a good experience when international students come and to the campus. They have this wide range of student body which they can learn from. So they're not going to be sitting in a classroom with just people from their own nationality. They're going to be in a very diverse environment. And we also offer, obviously, the global rotation and the careers assistance. But Canary Wharf in London, and this is our campus specifically in London, is essentially the Wall Street of London. You think about New York Wall Street, London has Canary Wharf. And in Canary Wharf, all the big banks, all the big consultancy firms are all located in 7-minute walking distance. So JP Morgan, Citibank, Barclays, American Express. So it's a very, very developed area. Some people say it's very similar to Dubai in that area. It was built by Qatar, so it should be quite similar to the Middle East in that area. In that area itself, students have access to a wide range of activities. So in London, there's different talks on AI, on the future of the workplace, on what do graduates need, what are employees looking for, and a lot of those events are in Canary Wharf. So ambitious students really go out and experience events not just on the campus, but outside as well, in the Canary Wharf area. Somebody asked me why London, and I have to say it's been rated the best student city for the last 5 years running, and it's obviously a fantastic destination for students to learn from the city itself. What are we known for? And I want to stress this quite a bit. We are not a traditional British university in any sense. In a traditional British university, you might expect to come into a classroom with 500 students, sit down, have a lecture from a professor, and at the end, you might be able to ask a few questions at the end, if you're lucky. Otherwise, you have to catch the professor outside class. That is not our method of teaching at all. In our method of teaching, the classroom size will not go above 50 students, and students will not step into a lecture. They will step into a classroom discussion. And the classroom discussion is led by the professor, but the ideas come from the students. And so when the students talk about the pre-reading that they've done, or what they've learned from the AI tutor the night before, or what their experiences they gain the confidence on the subject matter. And they get that more practical experience. So we don't want a classroom where the students come in and there's just a lot of theory. We want the classroom to be incredibly practical. And so when they leave the classroom, they have applied a lot of the theory into what they will do later. So it's really important that is how the classrooms are designed. And those students come to each class with at least 3 questions, because that way you know you're going to be talking in every class. When the student talks in the class, we know they're engaged in the class. I'm sure that's obviously something that we want. Yeah.
Just to add something to that as well, on the flip side for us, we also recognize in the world of business and work, no boss will ever ask you to do an exam. No one will tell you to say, sit silent for an hour and answer these questions without collaborating with your colleagues. So we also take that on board as our method and our style. While some subjects, for example, like maths-based statistics, they do need to be assessed by exams, we are much more project-based and hands-on. We assess them by things like presentations, consultancy. Even we have a module where they can choose the method of media, so they can submit a blog post or a podcast or a video series, and they have that freedom to choose as well. Again, where possible, we try to reflect the workplace rather than being too traditional in terms of the academia side of things.
Oh, thank you for that, Andrew. Absolutely. And who is the program really for? And it's for the future business leaders. And what do they need in the age of AI? They need to be able to communicate their ideas. They need to be able to work in team settings. They need to be able to bring people on board. And this is what employers are telling us. A lot of the knowledge is going to change. A lot of the, the knowledge is readily available through AI, but you have to come with that mindset, that global mindset. And I think that's really important for us to instill in the students before they graduate. Now, our journey is a bit different from the journey you just saw, especially if you're a British student joining us, but international students can also follow us on this journey, in which they start in London, they have the option to go to Singapore, and they have the option of doing the summer internship in London or Singapore. In year 2, they have the option to come to Dubai in the 4th semester and do the internship in Dubai or London, and they have the option to go to Sydney in semester 6 and do the summer internship in Sydney. Now, I guess the difference is between global and London is that they could choose to do the whole program in London, they could choose to only come to Dubai, they could choose to only go to Sydney, or a mixture of the different options. So it's really important that if they want a bit more flexibility, okay, I want to stay in London a bit longer, they have that opportunity as well. And of course, for international students, they can avail of the post-study work rights, which was previously mentioned. A bit about the degree itself. It's a Bachelor of Business Administration honors degree in London. And here are some of the specializations that students can choose from. Marketing, which is, a lot of students go into digital marketing and brand building. Economics, which is a bit new, which is they become more of an analyst. Finance, a lot of our students work for insurance companies, banks, hedge funds, and the like. Entrepreneurship, a lot of our students have started small companies, either small agencies or small tech companies. And our newest one, of course, we can't go, the whole slides and not mention AI. So artificial intelligence is our newest specialization.
And I just want to quickly explain how this works in practice. So for us, the students join us, and it's a bit like planting a seed, and the plant gets grown and have the same stem. And from their 3rd year, that's where they branch off to their specialization, because no matter what industry they go into, what specialization they choose, they're going to ultimately work for a business. So that business foundation is really important in year 1 and year 2 before they choose a pathway to move on. And their degree title, for those in the UK, it will change to reflect this. So it would be a Bachelor of Business Administration with whichever specialization they've chosen as well.
No, you're absolutely right, Andrew. The first 2 years will be core business subjects, and then they choose their specialization. Industry-focused curriculum. It's really important to understand how the curriculum was developed, and it was developed through industry leaders, with the help of industry leaders. Essentially, we have an industry advisory board. These were people who worked in the UK in Accenture, Santander, KPMG. And they've sort of indicated to us what they want to see from students when they graduate. Who would they employ, essentially? And that has been worked into the curriculum. A lot of it has been worked into the soft skills of the curriculum. So the presentations that we make students do, the way they talk during the classes, the way we sort of curate the classroom discussions. Also to note, we have a much higher than average contact hours, and essentially our contact hours are 18 hours a week, whereas typical British universities are around 12. So we do require students to be on campus much more than some other universities.
And those contact hours are all in person. For our undergraduate students at London, there's no online learning, because we think the importance is that in-person engagement within the classroom. And if you delved a little bit deeper in those 12 hours from your traditional UK universities, you might find, for example, it'd be 8 hours in person and 4 hours online, whilst we've purposely retained the full in-person method as well.
This is a bit about diversity on campus, we just want to show off all our amazing students.
I'm Maria and I'm from Portugal.
I'm
Patricia, I'm from Venezuela.
I'm Hugo Rodriguez and I'm from Portugal.
My name is Gabi and I'm from Lithuania. I'm Jashin, I'm from India.
I'm Eze, I'm from Nigeria.
I am Virgil Almeida, I'm Portuguese, but lived most of my life in Spain.
My name's Aaliyah and I'm from the UK. I love the history of London and I think it's such an incredible city. And I love the diversity. I think what makes my country unique is the food and the people. Is what I love the most.
Una de las cosas que más me gusta de España es su forma de vida más relajada, donde toman bastantes siestas y comen en comunión unos con los otros durante bastante tiempo.
What makes my country unique, other than our vast population, is probably all the cultures it brings. So we've got a number of languages, a number of cuisines, and so many people with so many different values, and I love getting to know all of them.
The food, it has like so many different ways of doing it. For example, there's one soup, this is called sheltebarchi. It is a cold soup, and it's literally pink. This is what I really miss about it. Em Portugal, eu gosto da comunidade e as pessoas e as praias também.
What I love about my country is that our food is the greatest, our weather is nice, and our community is just so loving.
So that gives you a bit of flavor of the diversity that we have on campus. It's going to be from people from around the world. Students really interact, get to know each other's cultures, and I think that opens the mindset as much as moving through the different cities. The people you interact with is also very, very important. Now, internship and career is something that's very important to us, and how we've got such good numbers on the graduate outcomes in terms of salary and otherwise, is the support that we give for students before they graduate in terms of getting employed post-graduation. Now, we have our professional readiness program, which sort of looks at a student's CV, LinkedIn, and all of these different things. But the most important thing that it does is it gets students interview ready. So we run mock interviews, a series of mock interviews that essentially allow students to practice, and practice their interviewing skills before they go into a real life interview. And this sort of experience with somebody curating what they're doing before, how they introduce themselves, how they say how they're going to add value to the companies. This system really ensures that when they have the opportunity, they make the most of it. Because you can do all the interviews you like, but you have to essentially show your value to the company. And that's what we do through our career support. We also have a careers team that's sort of in industry. So they have different connections with different industry partners. And what they do is that they sort of take the student and put them into the interview setting and say, okay, you are looking for a role in finance. Here are some of the opportunities that we have in the finance industry. What would you like to sort of go for? And then they get that interview. They hopefully do well, and then they get the internship or job.
And I just want to add to how this, again, we very much try to make sure we're different and in line with what businesses want. This program is timetabled and credited, so they have to attend, the attendance is monitored, they get credits towards their final grade, and we preload all of this career support from year one, term one. Traditionally, again, traditional universities in the UK, you go to your class, your lecture, your seminar to learn all the theory, and you are told to go to the careers team in your spare time to learn about CVs, about interviews, about LinkedIn. And that is on the student to then, on their own initiative, to go see the careers team. However, we front load this from year one, and when you look at those traditional universities in the UK and they say, our graduates have access to our careers team to 3 years after they graduate, up to 5 years after you graduate. And to students, this sounds amazing, right? Like they have support up to 5 years after they graduate. We actually question that. Why do your students still need to access your careers team 5 years after they graduate? So we've really flipped that support to make sure it's from day one rather than from the day you finish your degree.
Yeah. And we have a global placements team, And we've placed British students here in Dubai as well, which Andrew will talk about in a minute. Great. Real world experience. This is one of the most important things that we do. And we take students out of the classroom and put them in industry. So we've actually been to the HSBC Tower, to the Salesforce Tower, to Deliveroo, to Monzo Bank, to OMD Marketing, which is a marketing agency. And it's really interesting what these industry leaders have to say about the future of work, what they're looking for graduates, and just taking them out of the classroom environment and into the work environment really shapes the way they're thinking about their future plans. And a very interesting story, we were at the Salesforce Tower and a student asked, in the age of AI, how has work changed? And very candidly, the manager said, I used to have 8 employees previously. Now I have 4 employees and 4 AI agents. And the AI agents talk to each other for various different tasks and predict what's going to happen in the future in the week. And he said to the student, if you want to be ahead of the curve, you better start practicing creating some of the agents on your spare time. Because if you don't, when you go in for the interview and when we're asking you how are you going to adapt to the AI culture, you're going to have nothing to say. But if you've done this beforehand, you're really going to be ahead of the curve. So it's really important that students hear from industry leaders and not just professors in the classroom. I think that's very important. And just to emphasize that point, we've not just been to these places. We've got various numbers of guest speakers from Standard Chartered, CIL Consultancy, Shell, Infosys, Jaguar Land Rover, Visa, Oracle, and the like. These speakers come to the campus, they talk to our students, a day in the life of a finance manager, a day in the life of a consultant in London, a day in the life of, doing a job in London. So it's really important, and their journeys, how they started, and how they sort of progressed, what takeaways they had, how they could have done it better as well. So it's really important that these guest speakers come to the campus and speak with our students. Great. Benefits of studying in London. I had to put this slide in because Brendan had benefits of Sydney. But essentially, London is a top-tier city. It attracts talent from all over the world. Some of the major CEOs are all in London, and some of the top thinkers of the world are also in London. So it's a great opportunity for students. It's an AI powerhouse. It's a finance powerhouse. And we've got global opportunities. So London is such a global city. There's opportunities that, you start in London, you could end up in New York, and you could end up in Berlin, and all these different places as well. So it's really an exciting place to be. And lastly, of course, the 1.5 post-study work rights. Great, fantastic.
And I just last thing to add from me. So you may recall that for SBJ in London specifically, we are separate to SBJ Global. Our journey started in 2023. We haven't got our first set of graduates yet for the undergraduate program because it is 4 years. We do for our postgraduates. So we don't yet have the same success stories that I could tell you that Sonali did earlier. However, we are very much looking forward to that, especially with our UK delegates that are here today. And there's a couple that's, I guess, in progress that I'd like to share with you. And one only just sort of we found out today. So one of the students you saw in the video, Aaliyah, she is an alumnus of one of our head teachers who's here today. And we're obviously keeping a very close eye to see how she progressed throughout the course. But I also wanted to tell you a little bit about Casper. So he was part of our first batch that we recruited. He did his first year, went to Singapore, second year, came to Dubai. He did an internship at the end of his second term with a property development company. That actually turned into a full-time job offer. He took that offer and he paused his studies for a year. I had the opportunity to catch up with him earlier this week to see how he was getting on. And for us, of course, we hope he comes back and finishes his degree. But he's already told me that he will be pausing for another year because things are looking really good for him within property development. And I think it just really, again, goes to show before graduation, our students are already developing those skills and knowledge that they're getting these types of offers for employment as well. That's all from me.
Great. No, thank you for that. And I'm going to hold off on questions before the end. I just want to introduce Pratik, who's our head of outreach and who has been our moderator, I guess, for this time. But he will talk to you about partnerships and MOUs.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you, Gaurav. So, don't worry, I just have one slide, but I think you have got a view of what SPGen has to offer. And here I come in to get benefits for the schools. How do we collaborate with schools? Because with today's universities, most of them, we have bridged the gap between the university and the real world, because a lot of universities, including ours, we collaborate a lot with industry. So my role comes in where how do we bridge the gap between the school and the university, or making the students more university ready, right? So one of the things that we do is we sign an MOU. There are many schools here whom I'll name after here which have already signed MOU last year. And this was a presentation that I had done last year when our counselors had visited. And today we have a lot of success stories from that to offer, but I won't go in depth for that. But what all do we do is we have a set of certification workshops that we do, wherein your students get certified. If you all are in Mumbai, they come to our campus. If you all are not in Mumbai, we come to your campus, and our faculty travels, and they have a proper curriculum right from grade 9 to grade 12. Right. Then there are faculty development workshops. Some of you all asked about faculty development workshops on how do we train the teachers. So our faculty actually comes and trains teachers. To name some of them for MET, Ms. Deepika Das is here. For her school, we had done a complete workshop where our faculty taught how to use AI, what are the prompts to be used, how do you develop the curriculum, or how do you take the curriculum to the next level of teaching. So that was one session that we did. For Vasantkul school, our AI tutor, we took, so she gave me a whole day where she gave me half an hour in each class. And I had all the students of all grades from 9th to 12th try AI tutor. Why they did it? Because the counselor had come to our conclave, and she liked it. She said, I think students should be exposed on what the future is and what it holds. That was one of the things that we have done. We have Vidgyur group, Mr. Shim Matthew. The whole of Mumbai, we did an experience day for them. So what they did was they came on our campus for a day and they went through different workshops, and they invited their parents as well, and all of them got certificates. So each one of them, so one of the let me tell you one of the sessions that we had done for them was AI, ML and data science unboxed. Now what was that? That was to tell the students of 9th to 10th grade and then 11th to 12th different session. The difference between, what is the difference between a data scientist and a data engineer? What is the difference between a business analyst and a data engineer? How is business overlapping with AI and science? Because we also have a major which is AI and business. So what is it exactly that students can look for? Because the students need to realize that they are going to be in the job market 8 years after today, which means they have to look forward to that. What are the jobs then? So these are the kind of collaborations that we do. With Kunskap Kulin, Indabiri ma'am is here. For all her campuses, they had AI clubs. So AI club students spend almost 32 hours, if I'm not wrong, in a semester, right? So we developed the curriculum and we gave. So Indabiri ma'am is here. You can ask her how it worked for her school. So even that time will not be wasted. And we have done the same thing. We are in process of doing the same things like that. Ms. Kalyani ma'am is here. We have recently just signed Hiranandani group here. So we are going to be working with that as well for that school. She has also requested for such a thing. So there are many other things that we do where we add value to the school, looking at your curriculum, making it better. So please do get in touch with me. Most of you all are, but yes, there is some of the success stories that I have. And you all have your peers here where you can ask. Ms. Rakhi ma'am is here, Utpal Sangvi. Their whole campus has come. We have done clubs for them, all of that. I think pretty happy with that. So definitely there is success story. And this year I am looking. So currently we also signed ISP, which has 110 campuses. So next year we are looking at signing another 50 schools as a cohort and working with them to take it forward and doing these kind of initiatives and growing more. So thank you so much for this session. You have been a great audience. And yes, we are now going to our next session. I was on time. So the next session that we have is a workshop on education technology. As we look to the future of education, technology plays a pivotal role in transforming how we are learning and delivering the experience. So the next session, workshop on education technology, will be led by Mr. Vikram Pandya, Director AI Initiatives and FinTech, SPJN Global, and Dr. Anshul, who is the Area Head, Technology Management and SPJN Global. So, is Anshul. Please may I have you on stage?
So welcome again, everyone. I'm sure we have had amazing days so far, and we are going to look at Am I audible, clear? Okay, let's start. So today what we are going to look into in the next 45 minutes or so is how you as a school can also think about technology in certain ways, right? Not completely you want to go ahead with all the AI investment, how you can look into the small bits and pieces also to start your journey towards the AI and let's say the integrated learning as we call it. So today we are going to look at several tools which you can start with. Then I will also demonstrate what we call as the SPJN Eduverse. We have set of tools developed in-house which are created in a way which gives you the end-to-end understanding about how to take learning from level 2 to level 4, as Mr. Jain mentioned earlier, right? So we are going to look into that. And I will encourage more questions from you so that you can also relate to what we are doing, right? So with this, let us first understand one thing, right? Let's look at this. And I want you to scan this QR code in case you can scan the QR code, right? Just scan this QR code. Just enter your name, email ID and join this. Right? I hope you have at least logged in. So let me first start with the basics. Whenever we talk about technology, people get afraid that, okay, I need to invest a lot, number one. What if the technology becomes obsolete? My investment is down the drain, right? And third fear that everyone has is whether the change management that I need to do internally, retraining, reskilling, and making sure the adoption is there. That is also a fear. So what we are going to look into is that how can you take that first baby step which will give you that confidence, and it will also give you that clarity, not only confidence but clarity that how you can start taking this journey step by step, right? So let us start. So first and foremost, what I want you to understand is that there are multiple different open source tools also available, right? Whether you want to develop in-house or outsource, doesn't matter. You have open source tools also, or even with the ChatGPT, today you have GPTs as we call it, right? So you have the custom agent that you can create. So with the custom agents that you can use, you have the first useful tool available where you can create what we call as a persona, right? So you can create some sort of persona. That persona can be a replica of yourself as a faculty. It can be something that you want to create as a role-playing agent. It can be something which you want to use as a brainstorming agent, right? Or it can be even something which can help you create and refine your curriculum. It can be anything and everything. It is more about how you are prompting, right? So when we talk about prompting, prompting is both art and science, right? So whenever we talk about prompting, people always say that, okay, it is just asking question and inquiring something. But as I mentioned earlier as well, whenever we are talking about prompting, it is more about your clarity of thought, which will play a major role. Of course, you can have 10 different iterations of what you want and how you get it. But at the same point in time, if you are clear in your thought, you will get there much faster. And of course, there is a cost attached to AI generation, so you can minimize that cost as well. So with that, let us first and foremost look at what we call internally as AI classroom simulator. Okay. So what do we mean by classroom simulator? Classroom simulator is effectively an agent which helps faculty prepare for the classroom better. How? So let's say you have in your classroom 50 students, right? You may say, look, curriculum was same even last year, this year. But the students are not same, correct? You have different student, which means that if you are able to identify how they are progressing, what is their background, etc., you are able to predict certain questions, and you can be ready for those kind of questions, right? So if I were to give you a very simple, quick example, so we have classroom simulator. So if I were to ask question like, okay, hi, and you can clearly see this is how the simple interaction starts for the faculty. They don't need to install anything, they don't need to do anything. They just start interacting with hi. So hello, welcome, what topic and coverage you would like to simulate the classroom session today, for example, whatever it might be, right? So let's say I would like to teach use of AI in education in a responsible way. Okay, so this is the first input that I have given. So it is asking, that's fantastic, timely topic. Are there any specific details that you would like to provide about your classroom, such as background of your student, curriculum they have already covered? Do you want me to assume this based on topic coverage, or you have some details? Now typically what we do is that we upload Excel file, as simple as that. We upload Excel CSV file with the detail, right, of the classroom, which we already have. Now this is more relevant for even the college or university student because they have the background which is more relevant for them to consider, right? In your case, you may have hobbies, preferences, or study pattern, right, that you have observed about your student in classroom. That this student is weak in this area, this student is strong in this area. You can also put that way, some input that you want to consider. Once you do that, once you upload, right now I'm just saying assume, let's assume. You can assume for the time being. So now there are two options available. One is likely questions from the students. B, questions and examples that faculty should provide to various students based on their background. Right? Now this is the way in which you are just implementing AI in a very safe manner. You don't really want to invest in a big way, but you are still able to get best out of AI in terms of brainstorming, in terms of getting prepared for likely questions, and even personalizing education for your student by asking relevant questions, right? Which will connect with them better, or connect to their psyche in a much better way, right? So let's look at one such example. I will say likely questions from student. So So these are, because it has assumed without any data, so these are the questions that you should be preparing for, right? Now, it is not that I may not have knowledge about this. It is just that I may not be 100% prepared for all the different topics which might come. So as a faculty, it gives you that strength that, look, you are prepared in multiple different ways, whatever kind of questions may come, right? Also, it gives you, as a faculty, some sort of clarity when it comes to asking questions to student as well. These are the questions which are envisaged from the student side. But let's say we go to B. Now, let's go to B. So it will understand the context and then it will prepare question. Again, because I have not given the personalized profile, otherwise it would have given me student-wise questions to be asked, right? So it can even do that. So whenever we talk about AI, it is not that you need to invest heavily. It can be a simple prompt which you can create, but thoughtful prompt which can give you that sort of answer. Now it is understanding and creating example on the fly and giving you the result, right? So whenever we talk about use of AI, it is, as I mentioned, not something that you need to really worry about. Look at this, right? Student with limited technology background, question to ask. So this gives you that sort of edge over how you can cover broader topics, but by keeping into mind certain demographic, correct? So this is one way. Second way, how many of you have used Slido? Anyone here? Slido, right? You have many people, we have. What do you think Slido is useful for? Anyone? What do you think it helps with? Presentation, gathering feedback, Q&A, right? Interaction, engagement, right? Now, whenever we talk about the tool that you have right now is what we call as the Engage Plus. It is much beyond simple Slido, okay? Now, this is where you can see the impact can be further by allowing user to interact in even in something like this, right? So, for example, if I were to just click on this, live notes, and I can keep this on recording, right? And whatever I'm explaining, soon you will see it in a summarized AI generated note, right? So what happens is that, let me just click and start. So whenever we talk about AI, it is also very critical for you to think that how you can make it useful for the student. Ultimately, student is going to experience this entire end-to-end workflow that we are using, right? So as long as student is gaining something out of it, benefiting out of it, student is happy to use it. But the moment you say that, look, you need to do something extra, the moment you say student is supposed to invest more, they may not really be receptive about it, right? Now, when we talk about this tool, what it does is that I'm talking, it is just transcribing. At the same point in time, if I say that, okay, one concept is over, right? I have explained one concept to you, and I would like to now summarize and send it to you so that you can also review it later for the later reference, right? I can simply say stop, generate AI summary. While it is generating, I can now move on to the next topic. It is generated, and on your side, you can verify, you will see live notes which is there. Click on live notes, see whether you have got AI summary or not, right? At your end, you have signed in, right? Are you able to see under the live notes, the summary, right? Just imagine, now you are looking at the same thing in a much more engaging way, correct? I can also allow you to raise hand like we do in classroom, but here, I want to have proof of activity, correct? So when I say proof of activity means what? You have participated in classroom. You have really contributed in the classroom in some meaningful way. So if I were to do that, I need to make sure that students' interaction is recorded. Today what happens, even if you have a video camera, it cannot confidently record student interaction and analyze that interaction. Whether the contribution from student is really engaging, meaningful, thoughtful, no way to figure out. But now, let's assume somebody from you raises hand, right? There is an option to raise the hand in your thing, right? Once you raise the hand, I can see multiple people are raising hand. Can you see here? Right? I can see that students are raising hand on live. Then I can invite one of you to ask question, and you can press ask question, and your voice can get recorded. I can see here, and my interaction is also recorded there, right? So when I do that, there are two ways, right? I can allow you to just answer like what we do in classroom, or while you are answering, you can also press that button. So the interaction is recorded, and I can analyze your interaction. And I can create a meaningful report at the end of every session that, look, you answered this way, you could have improved it like this, right? After every session, after every unit, I can make some meaningful contribution to students' life. Because now everything is measured. As we discussed earlier, right? Whatever is not measured, you can't control it, right? Here it is, everything is identified, clearly indicated. So if I were to just click here, let's say, and see who is there. So we have Dr. Abdul, Gary. Let's say I just want Gary to speak. I can click and ask Gary to answer, right? So I can invite it to speak. Gary would have received one invitation, right? I'm not too sure. Gary? Yeah, you received the invitation? Right. So you can just click and answer. There is the option to click, press, and then answer. Maybe mobile may not work great, but yeah, it should work. Yeah, you can see, right, it is there in the mobile. So what I wanted to highlight is, basically, your responses will get recorded here, and then that meaningful conversation, whatever we are doing is recorded. You have that proof of activity, right? So everyone is happy. Even internally, you have proof that your student engagement is there. Students are happy because they are getting some meaningful outcome after that, right? Because any which way today also they are answering, there is nothing new. It is just a additional button click. The moment you are able to do that, you are able to measure everything, contribute in a meaningful way. Again, I'm repeating that because this is something which is missing most of the time, right? People want to participate, but they want to get something written. So student, if they start getting something written, which is a beautiful, nice report on how you can improve on certain things, they will be more than happy to contribute as well, right? And this can directly go inside what we call as a classroom participation marks, correct? You might have that. So that includes this sort of thing, correct? So there are multiple options available. You can see, like you can do group activity, etc., etc. But still, what I wanted to highlight is that technology, when used in a meaningful way, can give you better result. It is the same thing. AI is just used wherever required. Everything is not AI. But wherever it is required, you are just using them, right? Next part. Now, this is where most of the people always think that, okay, how can I implement something, right? And I would like to invite Dr. Anshul here so that he can share that on-the-ground challenges, typically how you can resolve whenever you are implementing, let's say, AI tutor or anything for that matter, right? Dr. Anshul, maybe you can share a few thoughts.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So along with Professor Vikram, I am mainly rolling out AI tutor for students. There are several challenges, but one of the biggest challenge that I can perceive that is coming out is why to learn from AI when I have a human professor in class. So how do we deal with this? The classroom learning experience has to be transformed completely. What happens in a regular classroom nowadays? A professor comes in or a teacher comes in, we open up our presentation slides, we deliver a content, we deliver theory, we have some kind of case studies or simulations that are there. But we said, if we can remove theory completely from the classroom, we just cover applications in the classroom and more of simulations, more of discussions, because you must be aware about that how Harvard has actually changed the way they teach in classroom. They're not doing any kind of theory in classroom, it's always case study discussion and their class participation marks. If there is a subject that is having 100% weight for assessment, up to 60% is class participation. So class participation plays a very pivotal role. And why? Because they have understood it's not an era where you have to remember theory, because LLM remembers everything. You always have access to ChatGPTs of the world. You can always go over there, you can type in and you can get a simple definition. You don't have to mug it up. So gone is that time where we have to actually mug it. I do remember my school time when I used to mug up those history answers. Yes, because history was very difficult for me. But that era is gone. It's about simulations. It's about understanding scenario analysis, situation analysis. And my first-hand experience, because I am a professor myself, the students who are applying for jobs nowadays, no one asks basic questions like, can you tell me about XYZ concept? It's always about situation analysis. Yesterday there was a student applying for McKinsey, and all the 10 to 12 questions that were asked to that student was all based on situation. So if you're not preparing our students in the classroom in such a manner that they so this message was conveyed very clearly to students, the way I'm conveying over here. This was the biggest challenge, because they were like, if we have a professor, we have paid the fees, why do I need to learn by myself? Then again comes the second challenge. In the age of AI, where everyone, every day there is a new skill set coming up, everyone talks about, oh, do you know this, do you know that? World Economic Forum reports, if you have gone through, you must have seen the new AI skills are the most important ones. But even those skills are changing, because one of the most anxious moments for me every day is when I wake up in the morning and I check my Google page. There is a list of 10 new technologies that have come up. So if this is a problem for a professor like me who has been into technology from a long time, this becomes a problem for a student as well. The new skill, which is, and I'm very appreciative of Mr. Jain for this, he called this new skill as learn to learn. We need to equip our students in such a manner that they have the ability to learn by themselves. So automatically, if they move out in the corporate world or for their own business, they know how to learn new things. Otherwise, we become very rigid, we become very stringent. Oh, I know this is more than sufficient. But there is a possibility that things are changing, things are evolving. We have seen that. Challenge which is related to all of us. Okay? And this is where change management concepts of MBA also applies. All of us believe that we are best in the world. Even as a professor, if you'll ask me, are you the best data analytics professor? I teach data science. I believe that if I am in classroom, I can do wonders. Yes? So as soon as I talk to a professor or to a teacher, why don't you implement AI tutor? On ground, there comes a resistance. Resistance is, I can do a better job than AI tutor. Why do I need AI tutor? So how I am handling, because I'm meeting at least 150 professors regularly on these things. We have rolled out AI tutor in and out. The challenge is, we have to tweak the game around. Why not tell a professor that your expertise is mainly in applications, not in theory? Because the presentation slides that we are reading inside the classroom does not make sense, and that's true. Because I teach data analytics, if you've heard about a term called as algorithm, if I am walking them through differentiation and integration in classroom, which does not make sense, is a waste of time. But if I tell them that this concept of data analytics can be applied in this business scenario at this particular time to get the best efficiency, it works really well. So in short, I will keep it short. Developing tool is one problem, but implementation is the major problem. Because over there you have to deal with masses, and there are two different variants of masses. One is professor, which is going to be all of us, teachers and professors, where there comes a resistance. Oh no, I'm happy. I have my slides made from 15 years ago. There was a professor recently, I had a conversation with him. I'm like, professor, why don't you change your content? Oh, you don't tell me. I have my slides 15 years, from past 15 years I'm using it. They are the best in the world. Yeah, so change is the biggest problem. And once that happens, because change has to come from all of us. If we change, automatically our aura. So there are two aspects to it. I will also share one more story with you. One is, a professor has been compelled to do something in classroom. Second is, he's happily doing it. How many of you believe second one will be successful? Automatically, because my body language will speak what I'm trying to do. So this is where I'm trying to actually move from that space of compelling someone, where I say, no, it's a compulsion that you have to use AI tutor embedded in your units, because it's how the world is. The job market is shrinking, and for your schools, you will, so my sister is also a school teacher, and she lives in India. So if you have heard about Notebook LM, all of you must be using that. If not, please try it out. There are some slide deck that you can make using Notebook LM. It's outstanding. You don't have to waste your time making your own slides. It can capture all the details. They're very, very interactive as well. So I told her the same concept. Why don't you apply Notebook LM presentations in your classroom? And that too, create a pitch and record small videos, because they don't have AI tutor in their school. Why don't you do that and give that to student? And when you walk into classroom, talk more about applications. Though they are student of 11th and 12th, they need to mug up books of all the content that is there, because examination is there. I do understand, I was in school as well. But at some point in time, you will see the difference between different boards as well. This is what I observe in classroom. A student from a different board is completely different. So schooling is something which plays a very pivotal role. And mainly it's not just about extracurricular. We think always that extracurricular will actually going to make them something champion. I'm a firm believer of that. I'm not denying that. But in classroom, level 2 to level 4, if it happens, it's going to be a game changer. What do you, sir?
Yeah. So thanks, Anshul, for that. So Anshul mentioned about learning to learn, right? And learning to learn is a skill that many of us believe that all of us possess, but ultimately what happens, the way you learn also changes based on the era in which we are, right? So today when we look at the learning to learn has changed, because you have so many tools available, but the end goal has not changed. What is the end goal? You should be able to learn comprehensively so that you can retain most of the stuff and apply most of the stuff. That is the reality in a simple plain English, right? And unless and until you are able to do that, there is no way you can apply any concept for that matter, right? Everyone will have different way of remembering something. Somebody might be visual learner, somebody might be auditory learner, somebody might like some jingles in between. I'm sure some professors are there who do that, right? So everyone has different ways of remembering things. What we call as associative memory. Even today when you are here, you are associating this learning experience with some of the experiences that you have had, and that is how we as a human being learn. So we can hack that system, we can fine-tune that system further by scientifically learning about how to learn with different tools, with different ways and means, right? And when we think about it, right, so this is learning to learn framework that we have, which is part of our Eduverse. But what it does effectively is that it tells you about how you need to apply, right? So when we are talking about any sort of simulation or learning experience or journey, everything revolves around how can you can, let's say, remember anything for that matter, right? So I'm giving you a very simple example. When we talk about this 8-step framework, goals and mindset, fractal schema, strategy, this is scientifically proven, right? And once you go through this, what it helps you to achieve is finally, you can again go through one what we call as an AI workshop. After you learn, you apply whatever you have learned, right? And once you apply, let's say I just enter my name, and the way I want to apply that in my learning, AI in education. Okay. So whenever we learn something, we need to immediately apply. And then it has to be embedded in our end-to-end user journey. So this, what you are learning here, you will see that in AI tutor, while the response is getting generated, you will see that from my email ID, it has understood my background because it is able to connect to my institute's database. And after reading my background, it is able to now understand more about me and apply that to the output. So while this happens, let me show you this example where what you saw here
Let's
is also
practice
applied.
digital transformation in board governance with an activity.
So let's say I go to quick review.
Time for a quick review of digital transformation in board governance.
So after every concept, you have this quick review points and then memory aid. This is part of that learning to learn, right? And you are continuously applying it while somebody is learning. So whatever they have learned, they are able to now relate to that. Look, I did learning to learn, but now after learning this concept, I am able to get the summary and memory aid, where the board is the memory aid, B is equal to Borden's risk oversight, etc., right? So this is a mnemonic, as we call it. And it gives you that idea about how to remember certain things. So this is a memory aid as we all use, right? And this is part of that learning to learn. But at the same point in time, you will see the application part, right? What Dr. Anshul
Let's
mentioned.
practice digital transformation in board governance with an activity.
So again, if I were to do live role play, you will see here it is generating on the fly for my profile, right? So 7:30 a.m. in the boardroom of Nova Bank, and my background is already known. So I am the board digital transformation advisor and interim head of AI governance. This is the role which I am given. And AI's role is this, chair of board and former regulator of Nova Bank, and what you are supposed to do, right? Now, when we talk about this sort of live role play, you will understand that after that role play, AI will give meaningful insight into what is right and what is wrong, how you are as a student performing, right? So if I were to just go ahead and start,
Vikram, thank you for joining on short notice. The fraud alert just escalated and the board is flying blind on real-time risk exposure. I need you to tell us what a digitally transformed board looks like in practice, starting today, not in a 12-month roadmap. Assume regulators are listening, shareholders are impatient, and our directors are not all tech native. Where do we begin?
I think the board should get easy to consume reports in a way they can understand on a regular basis. They should get training to understand the various risk areas which are involved in their day-to-day decision making, as well as they should get update around any security incidents which happen. We need to have employee training as well, and we should give actionable insights into how we should improve our overall security plan.
Absolutely, Vikram. Actionable insights are crucial, especially with the kind of threat landscape we're facing. I like the idea of regular, easy-to-understand reports. We need to ensure the board feels equipped to make decisions based on the latest data without getting bogged down in technical jargon. What do you think about implementing a dashboard that aggregates key risk indicators and security incidents? It could serve as a visual aid for our directors. Also, how do you envision the training process? Should it be ongoing, perhaps with a mix of workshops and real-time simulations?
You got the idea, right? So it is again taking you to the next question, right? And the moment you are preparing like this, you are looking at personalized engaged learning in a way which gives you enough idea about the content. So the first concept 1 of 4, as you can see, is digital transformation in board governance, right? And once this 4 slides are over, I'm getting quick revision as well as I'm getting practice activity, which is what we call as a micro activity after every concept. So you are able to apply those concepts even before you come to class. And now your quality of questions will go up as a student, right? Your interaction will go up in the classroom because now you know that, look, this is how I need to do. And the quality of engagement, once it goes up, even faculty is more encouraged about sharing something more, right? Because if, let's say, everyone is just dozing around, I may not even feel like, okay, sharing anything. But if I get engagement from you guys, I can share 5 more things, right? That is the reality. So there are multiple tools that you can have. What I wanted to highlight in whatever time we had is that how you can meaningfully apply technology. It is not only that a tool is created, but it is more about how it is integrated in the learning as a process, right? So due to lack of time, we will end the session here. Couple of questions I can take if you have any. Any questions, anyone? Yeah, over here.
Yeah, so all the progressive schools are anyhow learning about AI. As we were talking about Gemini, creating your gems, identifying your own module, preparing your internal policies for HR or something.
Correct.
So you don't need to go to HR every time. You can just check with the chatbot and all these things, let's say we are applying. Whatever things I've seen since today morning, I was curious to know that this is a AI tutor which you have prepared for SPJ. And I learned it, I enjoyed it also. How other schools can amplify the same thing. May not be using the same AI model, may not use the same base, probably Diffie or some other resource which we have used. How somebody can start with it if they already have a basics plus idea about AI.
So that is where my first introduction to today's concept was, where, you know, as you mentioned, whether it is Google Gems or whether it is, let's say, ChatGPT's agents which are there, or GPTs as we call it, or whether it is Anthropic's on whatever it is, right? But ultimately the idea is that you start using somewhere. And even if you start with something, it will give you enough mileage for your next implementation. And as I can guarantee you, you can never ever start and take a leapfrog kind of a thing which allows you to jump to 20,000 feet. No, you will need to take baby step and then only reach. But along the way, everyone's learnings will be very different from the implementation, right? Because your school will have its own DNA. Every school will have its own DNA. Certain things are common, but much of the other things are different. Which means that how the admin works at your school, how faculty works at your school, or how even student reacts to something will be completely different. So ultimately, the tool might be the same, but the way you implement is the secret sauce, frankly. So even if I give you this tool, let's say, it may fail if you don't utilize that tool clearly or let's say appropriately for the given ground reality. So that is most critical part. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, last question.
I have a question. Dr. Anshul, thank you very much for those inputs, and to both of you. I did have a discussion on the, on the IP of this program that you've developed, Mr. Pandya. One is that, and I think Mr. Jain spoke about moving from level 2 to level 4 in the beginning. And I think somewhere during the discussions, the first half of the day, we also spoke about efficiencies. The operational efficiency of what AI can do from different perspectives. It could be from a single school entity to a multiple school entity, from a principal trying to do something for his or her school, from the owners trying to do something from the business part of it in terms of the entire group. So in terms of academic and operational efficiency, whether it's the HR, finance, IT, infrastructure, all of that, where does something like this tool come in? Because this looks limited to right now what we're doing at what you have developed, right? It's a beautiful tool, no doubts about it. But what's the biggest difference between what we would do through this tool versus what's already available through AI, where we take a ChatGPT 4.3 or Gemini or any of those, or DeepSeek or any of those tools that we're talking about?
Correct. So when we talk about existing AI tools in the market, you have one what we call as a foundational models, right? Like ChatGPT or Anthropic, Claude. Those are the foundational model, very good at inference, and they will have certain inbuilt tools, right? Which is a right place to start for everyone. But when it comes to getting what you really want to achieve, that is your custom method and secret sauce in how you are implementing it, right? Because if you just give, and I can tell you even Harvard does this sometimes, where you can buy ChatGPT education version for every student. But the adoption may not be great. Why? Because it is not customized for that purpose. The real purpose, the way you wanted to capture the data, the way you wanted to look at the entire AI eduverse that we have created is not a single tool in isolation. Everything talks to each other, right? Because when the Engage Plus platform that you experience, right? When student engagement is recorded, I can also identify their creative thinking, critical thinking and communication skill, correct? From that, it fits into the next stage. So everything is integrated, and when we are talking about that, today you don't have that ready-made. Otherwise, why should we even worry about something like that, right? So what you want to achieve may not be there in the market, and that's why you need to build it. Now whether you want everything, not required maybe. You may require 2 to 3 things which are very critical for your success, right? To give you a very simple answer, let's say one tool that everyone was asking earlier, right? Should you use AI in assessment, right? That was the question. The answer is fairly simple. It is not allowed to use AI in grading student, not allowed. Even ChatGPT says no, even regulator says no, you can't use AI to grade. But you can use AI to provide feedback. Which means that today, humanly it is not possible for faculty to check 200 papers and give meaningful feedback for every answer. Do you think it is possible humanly? No. Which means that if I can use AI to give meaningful feedback on how to improve on every answer, that is the value add I must do, right? So that is one of the tools that we have. So AI should be used responsibly, we know that, but at the same point in time, is it adding value? Student may say that, look, we wanted even this sort of output. So we immediately incorporated that. And remember one thing, never ever chase for perfection from day one. You may not reach there immediately, but slowly but surely you will reach. But if you try for perfection from day one, you will reach nowhere, because it is not possible for you to get there immediately. So that's it. I guess you got your answer, right? Great. So with this, over to you, Pratik. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. So we have served some tea and coffee. And the next session, which is the round table and the feedback, is anyway going to be interactive. You all can please pick up your coffee in bit. There are 2 counters here, so you can quickly pick up your coffee and we'll continue the interaction. Put chairs, or do you think because it's a round table, we can go around and talk to them? Okay. Because there's too many people. Not a round table is for 10 people. Also, I was checking with you. No, I mean, it's just called round table wrongly. Yeah. But it's not a round table, it's a feedback session. Correct. So we cannot do it. So who all do you want? Let me know. I will put it because. So Vikram should be there. I should be there. Sonali, Gaurav, Andrew. I think that's it. Yeah. Just this weekend. Yeah. Okay. Amol. We don't do that, but if y'all are meeting and then y'all are exchanging cards, that's a different story. In any conference, usually we don't give whole contact, we can't share. Like that is very I have all of them on my phone, but like we don't have the whole. Not one person. you, sir, there'll be Sonali, then Andrew. There are 4-5 people. Amol. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you doing? Jain, 9:43.
Will it go directly, right?
Yeah. Something to eat. Something to eat. But it's a very, very important session which I will not
It's not actually a session. It's a feedback session where this time now it is time to hear you all out. And you are
Would it be okay if I actually?
Yeah, sure. No problem. Hello, ma'am. Yeah. 7:30 come to QE2 hotel. No problem. we make a cohort of certain schools, and then we do these kind of workshops, AI club, we've dealt. So basically, like, it builds a gap between the university and the school. So how can I'll get in touch with you. You have my WhatsApp anyway. We'll get in touch. Sure. So we can do faculty development, like we have most of them. Yeah. So there was a specific session that I had done on partner. That was a longer session. The slide was the same. I mean, that one slide, but then there were many slides after it which we went. So tailor-made scholarships for schools. Then there are so each MOU school can also nominate their best student to do a summer school for free. So the Mumbai school, it is all nominate one. You can grab a coffee, it's just an interaction. Amol. Will you tell him to?
Put one more chair, so Lakshmi also. So
Yeah.
there's okay, so fine. Yeah, that's fine. So
Correct. Already 5, correct.
Hello everyone. So we have spoken all. So we have spoken all morning. So now it's time where we hear you out. So we now move on into a feedback session. So this session is designed as an open forum to hear your reflections, insights, and feedback, as we collectively explore how SPJN can strengthen collaboration with schools or any other concerns, feedbacks that we can have from you. So may we have on stage Mr. Nitish Jain, Ms. Lakshmi Raman, Ms. Sonali Hingorani, Mr. Gaurav Jain, and Mr. Vikram.
Brendan, you want? We have to put one more chair.
Brendan?
One more.
There, we need one more.
He's getting another chair. Any one of us can speak or anyone speak.
Actually, एक ही चाहिए because क्या ना because issue One more? Yeah, we'll get it. Why is it coming in between?
So, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you've had a good day. I know you're tired, but this is a session, if you could give feedback to us. Many of you have already been doing that, informally to me and maybe to the rest of my colleagues too. And we would very much appreciate that you tell us how should we further improve, let's say, the brand awareness of the new technology. How do we reach more students? How can we overall do anything that comes to your mind that we do it better? How can we support your students better? Sajid, just put a chair up.
Hello, good afternoon. I just want to take this opportunity to thank SP Jain because 15 of our students have graduated from SP Jain and we have one who's still here in Dubai. And I can tell you that they really had a good experience studying in the having the Tri-City program in Singapore, Dubai, and Sydney. In fact, all of them are doing well in their careers. And some of them are also managing their own businesses back home. They've taken over their family businesses as well, so their parents are very happy. And I would like to encourage my co-principals to give SP Jain a chance, because what I've noticed is that our students have become so independent, which is something that they would not learn had they chosen to study in our country, because their parents are overprotective. But when they're in another country, they have more freedom to work even while studying. And they have gained a lot of necessary skills to thrive in this world, such as communication skills, collaboration, flexibility, etc. So I just really want to thank SP Jain. Perhaps one of the things that we will do is to invite our alumni to go back to our school and talk about their experience and to talk about their AI learning, so that they too will be encouraged to have that courage to step out of their comfort zone and explore the possibilities of studying abroad. So thank you, SP Jain.
Thank you. We do have a lot of students from Meridian School. Thank you, Ms. Ami, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Hi there. I think it's me. So I'd also like to echo my thanks for hosting the event. It's been really fascinating, and we've very much enjoyed our time. Thank you. My thoughts are around the role of the learner. As an educator of children, obviously age 11 to 19, I'm quite cognizant of how using AI in this way demands different learner skills than the current setup. So I think it's interesting to have a discussion as leaders of education, and particularly for yourselves, around what are the skills that students should be developing and investing in order to be prepared to engage in this independent way with these kinds of platforms. And in addition to that, we know that when students track and monitor their own learning, they're more successful. And I just wondered whether or not there might be an opportunity in some form of platform for them to be able to monitor their own progress against their learning, so they have that reward for the progress they're making alongside the reward of learning in itself.
So I'll answer that question. I think the most important skill, even ahead of critical thinking, communication, creativity, is a skill called meta-learning. Okay, meta-learning simply means the ability to learn quickly. Now we know that we live in a world that is constantly being disrupted. Let's say AI, I can talk about other disruptions as well. So first there was ChatGPT 3.5, then it became ChatGPT 4, then there was Gemini 2.5, now there's Gemini 3. It is constantly changing. How do you cope? You don't even know what to read and what not to read. So we have developed a full technique that focuses on meta-learning, and my colleague Vikram is the person who is assisted in making this possible. So we could, if you think it's right, help, your faculty to understand how meta-learning can be delivered. It's not just common sense. It's not read with attention. It goes much beyond. There's a structured method that can be taught to students so they learn to learn quickly. And I think that is very important. Regarding assessing skills, we have our own model that we assess skills every term. So students get feedback on how they have improved their skills in comparison to other students. And then you can gamify. This was a question that had come up in the morning, which I didn't answer because we were on a different topic. But then how you can gamify this. Gamification is the easiest part because you can gamify anything. You can gamify, based on performance or the best student for the month or whatever you want. That's not that difficult. But how do you measure skills across the terms, which is across all subjects, not for that subject? It's based on the CLOs. Do you use CLOs? Course learning objectives. So whatever, there are different terms for the same goal. So how you can do this? But for that, it's a special software that we've developed by ourselves. So, but maybe you can develop your own software if you feel that's. Thank you. One minute. I've seen some hands at the back, and then we'll come to the front. Yeah.
Thank you to all of you for so many germane presentations, so much of learning from us. This is a question to any of you who might be at the forefront of developing student learning platforms. As the culture shifts from fear of AI to fluency, disclosure as an ethical act is important not only for students but for teachers. So on your platforms, what are the things that you could do that makes ethical disclosure also a core skill? Not only what you disclose, but how responsibly you disclose. What do you do? So I'm just keen to understand your view on it.
Okay, so it goes beyond just saying that we use XYZ model. It doesn't add any value from that perspective. It is more around two parts, right? If I were to answer in a simple way, you have one thing where student is able to appreciate that, okay, whatever they are learning is as per the requirement, right? As per the structure that is approved, that is one. And that is clearly communicated, even implemented, so that people can relate to that. And second thing is measurability, as we discussed earlier, is that are you improving by using it? Because that is also in a way transparency that, okay, we need to prove that you are taking that extra effort, but it is for your own good and you are improving. So for that, we have multiple, let's say, milestones that we put in between. So after every session, so you saw in between, after every concept you have practice. But at the end of the session itself, you have what we call as a measurement of your progress, right? So once that is done, you get it like for all the 9 session or 12 session. That becomes the unit level assessment. That is something which is AI driven. But then you have in classroom faculty driven assessment also, right? So these two things together, if it is not matching, then somewhere we are doing something wrong, correct? which means that we need to also tie them up and make sure that it is going in the same direction. Right? So those things are what transparency really means in my at least understanding.
Right. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Jain Group for organising all of this, and it's been a really interesting and informative day today. My question really probably is for Gaurav, but because I work in a school where we've got a lot of disadvantaged students, and yes, they'll be able to apply for a student loan for the tuition fees. However, with the accommodation, etc., if they wanted to go abroad, is there any financial help available for those students? Because that would be a factor that students would consider before applying for a program with you.
No, you're absolutely right. For UK students, we do follow the APP, the Access and Participation Plan. And for, I think, all UK students, we do offer a travel bursary to go abroad, and that significantly helps their travel going abroad. Also, we sort of help them manage their finances before they go abroad. So if they're doing part-time work in London, what is the cost to go abroad, and what can they expect when they go abroad if they want to do part-time work abroad as well. So we do help them a lot with their finances.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Thank you.
So good evening everyone. Three most important learning that I am taking away by listening to each one of you. Tech is the tool, but humanity is the goal. Second is change doesn't have to be slow to be meaningful. Third is we are part of a global ecosystem. No principle is an island. So trust me, today's event was not just like an event. It was a turning point wherein we all started thinking about AI in a very positive manner. So my humble request to all of you, we have learned so much today. I don't think each one of us will be able to retain everything. So after the end of the conference, maybe tomorrow or by Monday, can we get a newsletter wherein all the ideas are, merged together, and we can get something which will be our key takeaway. And in future also, if there is something new that is coming, if you can keep us informing us, then we at school level will try to prepare our children for what you want in future.
That's very, very thoughtful of you. Thank you very much. I call it golden nuggets, which is the takeaway from a session. So I know whenever I go to a conference also, you have to write down key points or you forget. At that time it all sounds very good, but then nothing remains. So I think it's a great idea that we can share with you some of the nuggets from this conference, and also keep in touch, for future developments. Like things, I spoke about the world changing very rapidly. Things are changing at SP Jain every month. I mean, literally, we are moving so fast that we find it ourselves very difficult to keep up, but we do it because anything that benefits students, we are there. We are a very student-centric school, which means whatever can benefit student learning, student outcomes, we are one of the fastest to move into that, and we'll share that because it's not a secret. We'll share it. If you could also, adopt the same principles, very good, because we will then get better students from you. So I think we have a vested interest. If you give us better students, we can take the student learning up quicker. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
See them.
Can I?
But you should give the mic not to the next person. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so the first thing is, along with my existing role, I started heading the career counseling team of school also. And at least in my school, and after talking to a lot of head of career counselors also, I feel like, personally I feel, and I've observed that Indian parents especially, we are still in that PCB, PCM mentality, and shifting to integrated courses and advanced courses will require a lot of leap of faith and will require a lot of push. But when it comes to multi-city, right, I have seen a lot of resistance from parents. Knowing the fact, whatever benefits we have seen that were really interesting and which I am also clearer about. But instead of having exposure within 3 years for 3 different countries or universities and places or different demographic terrain, they feel like how my child will adjust. Once he or she is trying to adjust, within next year, another thing may come up. So this is a resistance which I have observed, and I see that you have a lot of interesting flagship programs. Good penetration in India will be 100% required moving forward on these lines. As a well-wisher of the university, this is what I've observed and I felt like I want to amplify in front of everyone.
Oh, thank you. But when you have to adjust, is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Exactly. I understand. And this type of discussions we have with parents also. The discomfort reference, what you are having, it's really relevant point. They should have a discomfort in the initial time period. But I feel like these are the parents who wants to see them settled, being very honest with you. And this transition is at times difficult, and having more penetration, more discussion on these lines would be required to get success in this program. That's what I felt.
You learn the most when you're outside your comfort zone. If you're within your comfort zone, you're comfortable. I mean, how much you learn. But anyway, thanks for this. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
The Arab parents in my market are also very, let's say particularly with their daughters, they're very reluctant. The boys, they don't worry so much, but with the girls, they're really worried. Now, what I would say is most of our first years abroad, they're either going to be usually Singapore or Dubai, okay? If you had to choose 2 cities in the world that are the safest cities where you could not worry about your kids getting in trouble, doing drugs, getting violent things or anything like that, I would really say Dubai and Singapore are very safe. No, I'm saying they're coming from Mumbai. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So if you have to say to their parents, well, Dubai and Singapore are 2 of the cities we go to, that tends to calm them down. Whereas if you choose some other cities, fair enough, I understand.
But I personally feel if I was a student, okay, I would have gone for this program. The kind of horizon we are getting by going to different countries, adapting to different culture, that is more future-ready learning rather than what we are learning from books.
Yeah, so you learn parts of the Arab world. The way Arabs all do business is very different to Southeast Asian. The way you pass your business cards to people, the way everything. You're not going to pick that up until after you graduate for most people. These guys will know this straight away. So I completely agree with your point. This opportunity didn't exist when I was studying.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I think on the back of that a little bit, I'm interested in the question that you asked us, what can you do better to engage with schools? I found this really powerful. I found the learning really powerful, but what I found amazingly powerful is meeting all of you and hearing all of you speak. And I was just wondering about kind of reaching out and going forward on the back of what you were talking about there, about whether there's any mileage. My students are my best advocates. Is there any way in your business or your courses that your students could reach out to our students and begin to look at that idea of that human connection? And I'm not talking, I mean, there's safeguarding and all those things that you have to check, I get that. But that kind of mentoring, that kind of connecting, or even just one-off sessions whereby they do a workshop in a school and they talk about their course and they talk about what they do and they talk about what they've learnt. And what would be even more amazing would be to give us, before they spoke to our children, some element of prior learning that my kids have to do. Because then you're modelling what it is you're talking about. So it's that full cyclical kind of learning happening. And I don't know, that's just a bit of a crazy idea, but I think we'd welcome it in schools, because any exposure, particularly in a school like mine, where my children are aspirational, but we're a little rural place, they're not outward looking, they don't understand the world, and they're scared of it. They'll Google it, but actually going is a really big deal. And if you've got that human connection or somebody that you've spoken to that's a similar sort of age, perhaps, maybe just a bit above, I think would be really powerful.
I'm just going to jump in here because it's obviously very specific to us in the UK, and you might be very familiar, as Gaurav mentioned, the term APP, wine and participation work outreach, which we already do. As I've said earlier, our journey only started in 2023. We are slowly building that momentum. It still falls under me, as well as recruitment, marketing, and various things. And we are trying to bring those opportunities. So one thing we do is we run a summer school here in Dubai for students. It is not applied for by individuals, it is by school, so the school has to bring the students. We did this last year with City and Islington College, so Toby is in the room somewhere. He came last year, and I'm sure he can vouch for the summer school. We always sort of come out to the schools as well, and where we can, we will bring students. The issue is, what's not being mentioned, for us, we timetable our students to be 3 days a week on campus, and it's usually a full-on day, looking about 9:30 till about 6 o'clock. So if your event is on, let's say, a Thursday and they're timetabled, I can't go and pull them out of class just to come to a school.
My thought is a much, much lower lighter touch than that. That it's digital, that it's all the
Yep.
stuff you've been showing us,
Yes.
that it might be a drop-in.
So,
You know, not a big not a big workshop or bringing them to Dubai. They're amazing things, but coming right down to that sort of very simple sort of interaction, I think would be amazing.
yeah, well, the second thing for us is we lose the students in the second term. And when they're actually abroad, as good as they are, especially with the time difference, it's really hard for us to maintain regular contact. But what we have done is you may have come across platforms like UniBuddy. A lot of universities in the UK use UniBuddy. We have students on UniBuddy for that peer-to-peer connection. So our students, whether they've met us at an exhibition, they can then use that to speak to our students directly to find out more, which you can direct your students to as well. So that digital option is also there, although being quite a small offering at the moment.
And I think the other thing that we are thinking about is obviously conduct master classes. Yes, so coming to certain schools, delivering master classes on, I think right now we have one on disruption, on AI, on various different things, and I think it's really unique the way we deliver our master classes as well. So I think that will be something we will certainly look to pursue in this year.
Yeah, we currently offer that on campus because it's easier for our faculty to be able to deliver on campus because they're already there. Asking faculty to go out with the travel, bearing in mind, I keep coming back to we've only just started in 2023, our faculty is very small. So them to have spare time to do outreach out of our campus is quite tricky. But as Gaurav says, we're building that program slowly as
And
we
would
grow.
it have to just be UK though? Because we're talking about a digital world, aren't we? We're talking about all of the countries. It doesn't necessarily have to be UK students. My students don't know the wider world. So actually to speak to somebody in Mumbai or Singapore or wherever would be really powerful. I've hogged the mic, I'm going to come off now. Thank you.
But the beauty as well is not just our students, our faculty are very diverse. So the program director for this undergraduate course, she's from Dubai herself. So when she delivers this masterclass, she really highlights that experience as well. So that does come across. It's just easier, especially in terms of time zone and availability to do that. But completely take your point. And we do that sometimes for our current students we're teaching. We would fly faculty in to do block teaching because they're the specialty in that subject. Why do we need to hire another person in that subject just for London, for example? So yeah, it's opportunities that we could look to expand, but taking baby steps for now.
Hi Vikram, I had a question. So recently some of our alumni came back to school and I was asking them, you all using AI and whatnot. What do you think schools can do more and keep you more ready? So one of the things that came up from the alumni who visited us was, I think as school you must focus on prompt engineering as a skill. What do you think about it and how do you think as a school we can actually have that module? Because right now we have prescribed subjects that we offer and all the co-curriculars, etc.
Looks, I think the answer is pretty straightforward that definitely you can include that as a extra guest session or industry session. But ultimately, when we talk about making sure that they know where to use and where not to use, that is even bigger challenge, right? Because
the quality of your learning comes from the type of questions you ask,
correct,
right? So how do you get, especially children who are pursuing math, science, where language is not, as important? Correct. How do you get them to get the right questions out?
So that's what I was trying to allude to. So let's give a simple example, right? Let's say we are talking about chemistry, right? In chemistry, you are talking more about how the chemical reactions may happen and how to then combine multiple different organic, inorganic compound and whatever, right? Now, whenever we talk about this, students typically do this in the lab environment, they try it out, right? But before that, when we are talking about what may happen, that sort of thinking activity, right? That is where definitely AI can play a good role in identifying and exploring what all you are going to apply to in the real world scenario. Where you are learning, let's say, a simple chemical experiment, how that is going to implement in the future industry area, or let's say in some other way, then it will further engage them rather than just saying that, okay, you are going to learn some random experiment in the classroom. So the AI usage, asking the right question as you mentioned, combined, so prompt engineering combined with the application oriented learning will definitely engage them more. But at the same point in time, if you are very clear on where not to use it, that is what will isolate them from accumulating cognitive debt, as we call it, right? We discussed that. Because so many people just use that to copy paste the question, get the answer. As we were giving that analogy of building muscle by paying someone else is not going to work.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think it's been a great day of learning from each conversation. But fundamentally, coming back to the question you asked, how you can engage better, there are three important stakeholders in this whole journey: the student themselves, teachers, and parents. In the context, principal and counselor is just one peg in the whole thing. On a routine basis, teachers meet. In the past, in one of the universities in Australia, we've done a longitude program for a 2-year engagement. We've seen increment of application, not just to the university, to the country, about 12 to 15%. I think a long-term engagement, in addition to masterclass, is an interesting idea, because in a long-term engagement, students start developing interest in the pedagogy you're offering, which is very, very unique. It's more experiential. It's more. We also led that long-term student engagement into celebration of subject learning with teachers. So the teachers understood your pedagogy, and going back into the class when they're having real classroom experience, they can always say, so hey, you learn so well, why don't you look at this university? It doesn't require a counselor or a principal to do that. And the third, we also did a parent conference. We had about 800 parents join from about 5 schools. So I think interesting idea would be the touch points, sustainable touch points, and not just one-odd master class, longitudinal engagement with schools and different stakeholders. Thank you.
I'd like to add on to the point on prompt engineering. We're forgetting that one of the most important skills here is critical thinking. And critical thinking and persuasive communication is currency today. So when we want to train our children for prompt engineering, what do schools need to do? I think we need to go back to the reading and writing and critical thinking. AI will be there. We will be able to teach them prompt engineering, but all of this comes from their ability to critically analyze what's in front of them and ask the right questions. And that's what we need to focus on in school.
Just to give you one simple example connected to what she mentioned. Look, whenever we talk about, there was one workshop which I conducted, it was for professional communication, right? Now, these people were like 30 years of work ex in the industry. I'm talking about them. I'm not even talking about student. But most of them, when they had written query to AI, it was like asking somebody on call to do something, right? You miss out on multiple things. AI is currently not that smart enough that it can start taking the assumptions that you are having in your mind, right? And the moment you are learning how to talk to AI, believe me, your interpersonal communication will also improve, because you are dumbing down for AI, then it is better for everyone. So that is an interesting observation I had, that after 30 years of work, there are people who will just write a single line when you are saying that, okay, I want to do this, right? There are so many questions that are not clear. So if human can make error, definitely AI will make error, right? So that is true.
Thank you for inviting us for this very engaging conversation around the Future Education Summit. Just two thoughts. While we see that the AI as an aspect of leading to effective learning, there's obviously a need to develop an ecosystem around it, right? And the ecosystem is evolving with time. Considering our understanding of AI is constantly changing, and I think I like the idea of how you said that perhaps it's changing every month and how you need to be agile. Given that, and given the constraint of the ecosystem, what you can add what are long-term issues, short-term issues, etc. To couple it up, you have also this wonderful exchange of business being conducted in different parts of the world. So, I think there are two challenges which I kind of see, and maybe want your reflections on that. One, of course, is the EQ part. We have forgotten the IQ, but we are talking about the EQ part. But more importantly, I believe what you're promoting is CQ. That's cultural quotient. There's a lot of research on the CQ part. Especially, I've read it in the University of Minnesota. That's excellent research on that. What are the kinds of researches you are developing or looking at? Could we have like access to that? Because that adds power to whatever we do. Thank you.
Let me...
Just wanted to add. Sorry.
You go ahead. Who's talking?
Let her finish.
No, you go ahead.
Shall I?
Yeah.
All right. So I must say, Mr. Jain, thank you and congratulations to you and your team. It is a very intensive day, but I don't think there was even one moment when anybody felt, distracted or bored per se. It is very, very in-depth. However, I have a few observations to make. You described your undergraduate programs beautifully, but it'll be helpful if you also tell us about the finer nuances of the modules that you would probably teach in these programs. Let us say bachelor's in data science or the BBA program. Because when we pass on this information to the career advisory cells, the counselors definitely will need to have this information handy. And that is very, very important. That's one. And two, I would also request that we speak about the entry requirements, because when we speak to students, as academic heads or the career advisors speak to students, definitely they want to understand the entry requirements, also the costs that the parents will have to incur. The other thing is there's some very, very bright students who may be slightly hesitant to come forward to take on these programs because of the cost. Are there any scholarships and bursaries? I think that, may I just one more point. So, scholarships and bursaries. The other thing is we've spoken about the undergraduate programs. We always look at programs as a continuum because, let's say there are children who are students who are going to take on the undergraduate programs. Sometimes the parents also may want to understand what next. I mean, do you also offer the postgraduate programs? If a student wishes to continue with SP Jain, then are there postgraduate programs that you offer? So, it has to be like a continuum. So if you could dwell a little more on that, I think that would be very helpful.
Just from my side, completely understood your point about what you wanted to know. There is no way we could have gone through basically every module, priced everything for this. Yeah, so but I'll explain how we're going to do it, just so you know. When you guys leave, there's the brochures in your bags which has this information, plus the counselors within your market. So if you're in Dubai, Kaushik and myself here, Sonali and her team and Rundi are there. They are happy to go and speak to you at the schools, do this presentation, give the details. We just thought it's quite difficult to go in depth across that, but we do, of course, have that information, all the scholarships, and if you need us to go present at the school, whichever market you're located in, we would be happy to do that as well from our side.
And, we will be handing over a list of programs that the school offers, entry requirements of each program, as well as a detailed curriculum for the BBA, for the BDS, the summer schools that we offer, and the BEC. Yeah, thank you.
And to add to that, ma'am, we do have postgraduates, and we've got multiple postgraduate programs. So after the BBA or BDS, the student can gradually also enter the postgraduate programs. So if you're keen, we can give you a brochure, or it's also on our website. So we can, yeah.
So we are handing it over to you immediately after.
So the summit was the future of education, and we didn't want to make it like a marketing summit to get students, because then that would have spoiled the flavor of this summit. Yeah. So
we
wanted to build the brand. You know, I ask a question. Actually, I thought I'll ask it at the beginning, but then I thought not to ask it now. That my team, you know, our student recruitment team, would be thrilled if you send them students, right? Thrilled. But from my perspective, I would be more thrilled if you put your son, daughter, or an immediate relative into our program. That's my acid test. If the answer to that question is yes, I would say the summit has been worth it from my perspective. But if you, you know, say, I'll send you students, but I won't put my kid, I'm sending him to LSE, then I'll say, all right, you know. So, you know, I know the reality, brands are very crucially important, but I think, you know, that's the reason in the early part I said brands die overnight. Don't think what's there today will be there for tomorrow, because once you graduate with a degree, that's for life. So what if that university shuts down? And these universities will shut down. You know, right now it sounds, please don't give me BS at the very end of this, but my assessment of the market is those who move forward with the technology, because the student, the graduate outcomes are different. We can see it, I see it in front of my eyes. When all the top universities are seeing a decline in employment, we are not seeing that. Why? Because we are delivering the right skills. If you deliver the right skills, people want you. In fact, they want to pay a premium price to get you. But if you are conventional in your approach and you are graduating students with old skills, which were very important till now, they're not, but no longer important, you're not going to get the same graduate outcomes. And if you don't get the graduate outcomes, 1 year the legacy will take over, 2 years the legacy may, 3rd year what will happen? 4th, 5th? So many universities, maybe we should again have this conference 3-4 years from now, because I see a lot of big famous universities shutting down in a very short period of time. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I don't wish anyone ill, but I can just see you have to move with the times. Think of Blockbuster and think of Netflix. What happened to Blockbuster? Was it a small brand? They had billions of dollars of revenue. How come they had to close down in 3 years? It didn't take them 30 years, 3 years, because new technology wins. And I would really like all of you to go back with this message for your own schools. New technology wins. How you use it in your school, how you can adapt. It's not easy. Okay, nobody said it's easy. But if you don't do it, it can be painful at the end of it. So you really don't have a choice. Sorry for this very long, you know,
Can
yes,
I?
ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you everybody for a wonderful day. Very, very informative. Great space for all of us. I think everybody would agree with me. For all of us to think about where the future of education is going to be. While sitting here and listening to all of you, there's a question in my mind. Like for learning, language is a prerequisite. Do you think moving forward, with language, we should add technology as a prerequisite for any kind of learning? Because from AI, we are moving towards AGI. And AGI, the way they are developing AGI in next couple of years, it will also have reason. Artificial intelligence at the moment is lacking that reason, emotional touch, which Google, I think, is really actively working on. And with AI, AGI in future, near future, where will our children be? In what state would they be? And where should we start teaching this at this point in time? It's very crucial for all of us, educators and leaders, to plan for a world which is going to be very, very dynamic. I would like to know your thoughts on this. Thank you.
So I just have to start another. Look, when we talk about digital literacy, earlier everyone knows that basic computer skills should have, like when 2000 and like initial 2000 and 2010, if you look at that decade, everyone needs to have that sort of digital literacy. Today, the meaning of digital literacy has undergone change because now AI is integral part of that digital literacy itself. But along with that, it is not only about trying to use a model, right, or trying to learn how to prompt, but it is about how you can effectively use it in your day-to-day life in a meaningful way. For example, Mr. Jain mentioned how do you keep updated, on a, let's say, daily basis on whatever is happening. Now there are thousands of news articles coming up, so many things which are there, right, on the same topic also. But out of all this noise, the art and science of finding the signal right for you is the skill everyone should have, right? Because there are so many news articles which might be there, but how it is relevant to you and what is relevant to you, that is the future skill set everyone must have now. And that, I believe, will help you get to the next level, or anyone to the next level, when we are trying to update ourselves, learn something new, right, and apply.
Technology should, that kind of a technology. At
Sure.
what level do you think in school we should introduce that it becomes a prerequisite for whatever you're learning, even if it is music, you need to have those skill sets? Thank you.
So I will tell you, I have one 5-year-old daughter and one 1.5-year-old daughter. 5-year-old daughter can do multiple things in AI right away. But the thing is that it is more about making them excited about the technology and making sure that they use it correctly. Creativity, etc. can be enhanced because of that. So I don't think there is a right age as such, as long as you are able to understand right and wrong. At that age, it is the better way of just introducing. I can't, you can bring it. But yeah, 5, 6 years, 7 years, the moment you start understanding, and by the way, she has hardly 1 hour of screen time, that too within a couple of days if you look at, right? So it is something that you need to balance. I don't know, to be frank, the right answer to your question, but this is what I do. It is my personal answer.
If I just add my own my own perception to this, I think if you just teach AI like you teach English, it won't work. You need to create an ecosystem of whatever, all touch points should be with AI, or you have to create that whole environment. I often give an example of the church. It's got nothing to do with AI, but I give the example of a church. Because no matter who you are, or how rowdy you are, or how gregarious you are, when you go to the church, you're somber, you're humble, you don't make a noise, you don't laugh loudly, because the church environment takes over. The same character goes to a bar. Then he's loud, he's laughing, he's gregarious and all of that, because the bar environment takes over. So the simple point I'm making is the environment has a very important influence on who you become. Let me take another question, I hope. Sorry.
Hi.
Yeah.
First of all, I echo all the thanks and congratulations from that colleagues have made across the room. I wanted to give you perhaps the opportunity to think a little bit openly about the future. You were talking about the future, the potential future, or I suppose demise of the traditional HEI brands, for example. How soon do you think, or are we approaching a point where it's the end of domain-specific specialization? A lot of the questions are around how do we teach AI alongside our curriculum, and I'm going to suggest that the new approach should be we teach these skills that you're talking about in terms of the critical thinking, how to use the new tools, and our domain subjects will be, they'll be our side projects more. You know, I'll be an AI specialist who's slightly interested in biology. You know, so I just want to get your thoughts on how soon is that switch coming?
No, I think you have to embed AI in everything. If you treat AI as biology or you treat AI as a subject, it will fail. Because then you can choose not to be good at AI. But like how we've done at SV Jain, every student needs to do AI. The whole learning system has AI embedded in it. Nobody can escape it. And they love it, actually. The students are very keen to use AI. Even our students in our London campus, who are all British students, are very happy and keen to use AI. In fact, they question if the professor has not embedded AI, because it is helping their learning experience. Imagine yourself as a student. You've heard it before in the morning, but I'm saying it again. Imagine yourself as a student. Either you sit in the classroom and somebody bores you to death through their PowerPoint presentations. You know, it's boring because outside the classroom, you don't have the same sort of experience. Or you have a very interactive learning experience personalized to you. It's talking to you. It's talking to your needs. It's clearly a much better way to learn. And therefore, I think that they will question when you don't use it. And that's when you feel you've, done your job well. I think it is...
Just to add to what Mr. Jain said, right, and to answer your question specifically on the demise of domain knowledge. So when we look at the recent example of AlphaFold, right, you can understand the team of AlphaFold is mostly computer scientists, right? They took the challenge of protein folding and then they created the solution, as you know, and won the Nobel Prize, right? Now, when we look at in the team of 20 people, there was only one biochemist, right? One biochemist. Now, that is what suddenly you are able to see as a difference. Earlier, in a 20-person team, you had maybe 15, 20, or let's say even more bioscientists, and then maybe 5-6 programmers, right? A people team. But now suddenly, because of AI, the way you are able to generate algorithms, you are looking at lower and fewer number of people who are domain specialists. So I'm not saying it will completely die off, but I'm saying that one person is able to do that job which otherwise 15 people could have done, right? That is the major difference which I wanted to highlight, and this is the reality we have seen.
One thing just to add from my side, before I did this job, I was in the K-12 space, and something Nitesh mentioned before about us, that the reason as an advantage as a smaller focused university, we don't have that bureaucracy that these 500-year-old university has. Pretty much all the decision makers are sitting on this table right now. Sheikh Mohammed, the ruler of Dubai, did the same thing, if you remember this. September last year, he made the announcement, every school from KG through to grade 12, as of September last year, must teach AI in their curriculum, every single school. So he just quickly made that because he basically said, if people like us, if universities are your first interaction with AI, then it's too late. It's gone. It has to begin from K-12, from the ground up. So that's basically what Dubai has done. It treats itself, 90% of the businesses in Dubai are SMEs, and Sheikh Mohammed comes from this background. So it's something very similar to what we have done that is supported, and that supports our message into it as well.
If I may just add here. So, since we saw a lot of micro activities and role playing, so I'm just taking the liberty of being the devil's advocate. Imagine teaching some subject without using Microsoft Office. Can you imagine that? Word or PowerPoint or Excel. Today, AI has replaced that passive element of Microsoft Office into something which Vikram has so effectively demonstrated in terms of meta-learning. And remember that our learners are actually born in a digital native environment. And they are consuming AI outside of the classroom. So if they are not learning using augmented learning technologies, you are going to be disconnected with the learners at some point in time. So we are not saying that domain knowledge is going to be defunct or not required. We are saying that knowledge ought to be augmented with technology. Does that summarize, Vikram? Yeah.
And just to add, it's not just the learners, not just the students, it's also the way you think as a school in terms of your teachers, in terms of your operations, anybody in the school or everybody in the school. If they speak the language of AI, it'll get embedded in your culture possibly or in the DNA.
I simply have to add one more point. I'm sorry, we've already thrashed it very hard. But I'm coming back to the question, how fast is it going to happen? Right? That was one of the questions. Who knows anything more powerful than Google search? We all used Google search 25 times a day, right? That's how we interacted with the internet, Google search. But who uses Google search anymore? It's just gone. Even Google, my son who lives in San Jose went to a Google conference. He said, even Google is saying, don't use digital advertising using Google because nobody is using Google anymore. So the point is how fast new technology has come and even Google search is going down. So I hope I don't need to belabor this point. It will happen faster than you think, much faster than you think. I'm talking about universities who don't adapt, schools who don't adapt, the graduate outcomes that don't match with the current skill level that people are looking for. Somebody else? Yeah. How much time do you have? Over? Okay.
Thank you so much for this conference, and I mean, it is meaningful. It is really something which is eye-opening. I have a question. Our school, that is more about mathematics and teaching it to the highest level. Google DeepMind this time said that the IMO problem got a gold medal. The students had worked for years to be able to do it. We got 2 gold medals and 1 bronze. These are 3 kids out of 6 who represented India. My question would be, if Google Mind says, DeepMind says, it can solve the question, what will happen to the kids who are working in the very, very, I would say, conventional way, studying, and rigor in mathematics is what they were working for. What do you think will happen to them when AI takes over and the mathematics problems, which are supposed to be open-ended, they are for the innovators, they are for the critical thinkers, they are for the world, nobody's been able to do it. How will AI in the future not actually hamper their learning? In fact, it'll just close it. It's a question, but I think you are the people who can answer this best. Thank you.
So in fact, I don't know, last 1 week, if you look at, right, there is one open problem which was solved with AI, right? And that too by citizen scientist or citizen mathematician you can call, just by taking the problem and solving with AI. It was an open problem and nobody knew the answer, right? Now, so somebody may think and feel discouraged that, okay, look, I need not learn anything now because everything is done by AI any which ways. Why should I even try to learn something, right? That is one extreme view. But the thing is that today, and this is something which I always have observed and you can see also in the reality, that you have the baseline knowledge going up continuously. Baseline knowledge to do something meaningful, right? So today in school, university, we teach everyone certain baseline knowledge so that they can build upon that, become specialized in certain area. That has been increasing continuously. So the world knowledge, as we call it, is that bar is going up. What AI allows you to in fact do is that you may not know each and every specialization in the market, right? But you as a human, and unfortunately or fortunately so far, AI is not having that ability as of now, right? our ability to connect multiple domains together in a way. Because today also, when you prompt, who are the trigger? We are the trigger. We are triggering the AI to respond. That trigger, that spark of thought is still unique to us. Nobody has that, right? And today, still, whether you are able to solve international IMO or not doesn't matter. But it is more about, if somebody else solved it, what is that I can do in my own area? How it is going to get integrated with so many different things. That curiosity, that question itself can have more value. Because I can hire 10 scientists and can get it done. But that question which I had in my mind, that drive which I had in my mind, I need to still have that. AI, today also, AI is not able to innovate on its own. Why? Because we as a human are giving that trigger point, right? So I am still saying that student will need to have that trigger point, that curiosity about learning something new or identifying something new, connecting something new. That is my opinion.
So I think we are 10 minutes over the end of this session. Oh, there is one more. Sorry, one last question. Sorry.
Thank you for it. Was quite engaging the whole day. I'm just moving towards a basic elementary question about the university, and it comes more from the angle of curiosity. One, what is the extent of choice that children are allowed to exercise? What kind of initiatives, projects are they allowed to pick up? How does the university support them? And the second part is, what is the mental and well-being part supported in the university? So how do we have counselors? Do we have doctors? How does that part get taken care of? It's completely different from what we've been talking so far.
So if I'm not wrong, you're talking about the admission in terms of the age for the students?
No. I'm talking about the student choice in terms of how do they apply, how do they make their choices with the subjects. Where is the student engagement in the school, in the college processes? What kind of initiatives do the children take?
Yeah, ma'am, just to quickly clarify your question. Your query is more about how students can engage with the school in terms of applying for the school?
No.
As a part of the organization, how are the children supported? Say, for example...
Okay. Thank you. So you're talking about the students who are studying at SPJ?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So students have multiple engagement activities, both in class, we've already discussed. So I'll emphasize a little bit on outside of the class. So we have a very structured global learning immersion activity for every semester, which factors in social learning, cultural learning, adventure, and also fun activities. In addition, we have a lot of student clubs, we have student-led initiatives, we have sustainability clubs, we have finance clubs, entrepreneurship club, and every cohort has a choice of forming clubs based on their interest and their aspirations. So that also allows students to experiment. It's not that you're straitjacketed that this is what you'll do throughout the 4 years. And every year, we also do some events on campus. For instance, in year 1, a lot of our students choose to actually go to countries like Thailand or Malaysia, where they do a social support project. They actually go and do a community project. So there are many avenues for students to actually pursue their interest. We have a student council, which initiates activities like music, debate, dance, well-being. So that's an ongoing activity.
Sorry, if it's okay, I'm an alumnus, I can answer this from a student's perspective.
Okay.
Just some of the choices that sort of I had throughout the program is that in each city, there's the regional immersion project that we have, where students go out and work with a company on a real-life project. and it sort of informs students on, how they communicate with the business, how the business is looking at things, and so on and so forth. And students do get the opportunity to sort of select which projects they want to work on. So I think that's a really key indicator on the different choices that they have. For example, myself, my specialization was marketing, and I wanted to do digital marketing after the course. So in Sydney, I chose a company very close to Zoopla in the UK. If you want to rent a space, it's a company like that, and they were moving into the digital marketing space, and we created the digital marketing campaign for them. So it was really informative, and I got people who were also interested in the same aspect of digital marketing, wanted to do that after the university. So I think that's one key area of choice, and the other one is obviously the internship, because when a student comes to the careers for internships, they sort of indicate what they're interested in. And I'll give you an example. In Singapore, I interned with an advertising company called Grey Group Advertising in Singapore. And that's what I chose, but it actually informed me that I don't want to go into advertising. It was just not for me. And I think that's also really important, that throughout the journey, they figure out things that are not for them. And that choice helps them really navigate that as well. Yeah.
Can I have one last question, maybe? This is to Mr. Jain. I really appreciate and commend the efforts taken by you and the team, and I know very well that you're a visionary leader who brought in educators from all across the world. Really appreciate and thank you for this time and the opportunity given to all of us, specifically about this very important topic, future education summit. I just wanted to ask one last question. Maybe you and Mr. Pandya could answer this. While we are idolizing AI, I guess the best brains have also spoken about it being a Frankenstein monster. And while we are doing the very ethical question when it comes to education, schooling, and the generation next, when will, or it's a very hypothetical question, I do not know the answer, I'm not sure if you know it, but when will AI become too dangerous a tool to apply in school education when we are talking about young minds who will grow and continue to evolve with AI and the patterns of AI? So it's a double-edged sword, and it's known, even the best minds have spoken about it. What is the limit that one could set? Because young students being students, and everyone, like how Google Baba now is AI Devi, right? So everyone goes on to build it and almost become like a goddess in all that we've been talking and thinking about. But ethically, in terms of business, it's great. In terms of knowledge, it's fine. But where does it stop so that it doesn't come back to bite us?
So if I were to just divide your question into two parts, right? One is ethical dilemma and when it will become way too dangerous. That is first question. And second is that what can we do to avoid that in a way, right? That is the second part of the question. So first part is, look, very simple. Anything, right? Any tool for that matter may be used in the right or wrong way, as we all know, right? Any tool for that matter. Now, when it comes to AI, there are inherent limitations that we should all know, that you have hallucination beyond certain percentage. So we need to know that how is there a way to remove that, right? Now, of course, when you think about at a foundational level, it is just the next token prediction machine in a way, right? So when we talk about that, generative AI by nature is not very good with, let's say, numbers or counting letters in one word, right? We have seen that earlier. We have seen so many examples where it will fail, right? Now, knowing that inherent limitation, but we need to also know what is the best use of whatever capabilities that you have. So today, fortunately, you have guardrails available by all the major players, guardrails available. You have model routers available, where based on the strength of the model, you can route the query, okay? And third, you have another thing which is available, which is the LLM jury, which is going to check based on the anchoring knowledge that you have put, right? Whether the response which is coming is accurate or not. Now, as long as you are using this three tool to safeguard the output that you get, you are at least removing, let's say 99.9% accuracy is there, and whatever is the remaining part is still a risk. At the same point in time, if you use for everything, let's say you use AI for everything, any which ways it is not going to add any value when we are talking about, when say I say critical thinking, and I was talking about trigger point, right? So the quality of your interaction with AI itself can be a proof of your activity and engagement. Today, when we teach in the classroom, in certain topic, the way you interact with AI itself is graded. So you just think about it, that suddenly that you are able to envisage that, okay, this is the features required. And are you able to meaningfully engage with the AI or just asking very basic question to get spoon-fed it, right? So that is the only thing which I can add, but definitely we can't say that AI is going to work for every possible problem, but you have a specific AI for that, right? That's why AlphaFold is only for protein folding. It cannot be applied everywhere. So still you have general intelligence and specific intelligence both, which will work together well.
I'm going to add one line. 10 years from now, AI will kill us all. Can't help it. I'm not the one to kill. AI is moving so fast, and obviously they're bad players, obviously. So, you know, the bad players can absolutely create havoc. So, can I predict that? I cannot say it for sure it's going to happen or not. But it is definitely a scary reality. But for the next 10 years, let's make it. Because after that, who knows what will happen. At least I don't know what will happen.
If
Anyway,
I can take 30 seconds.
yeah.
Chris, yeah. So this is as of today. I don't know how many of you know this gentleman called Yoshua Bengio. Yoshua Bengio is one of the top AI godfathers. There are 3 of them. Yoshua is one of them. And he was one of the big skeptics, exactly according to the sentiments that you said. This morning, he came back with a very profound statement. I just want to read it. Yoshua Bengio says he's found a fix for AI's biggest risks and has become more optimistic by a big margin on humanity's future. So maybe the kill date could be postponed by a few more decades. So that's the good news for you. You can check him out. His name is Yoshua, Yoshua Bengio. He's one of the chief directors of the Human-Centered AI Institute at Stanford.
Thank you all. It has been a wonderful day. And thanks for your engagement, your questions, and your suggestions. Thank you very much. And now over to Pradeep.
Thank you so much, everyone. This brings us to the conclusion of today's formal session. So our team will assist you with departure to the hotel, but before that, please make sure to collect your bags, which will have names written in it. I have given to most of y'all, but yeah, I could not come and give it, but please do that. We'll look forward to meeting you all later at 8 o'clock, right? And please expect my message. I will tell you when and where. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, just to add, there is a feedback link that I'm sharing in the group. Please do share your valuable feedback. It will help me in our future events.
Thank you. You want
Mr. Sipuram in. Mr. Utsav Oza. Ms. Sunita George. Mr. Samir Arora. Mr. Samir